Раз, два. Да, поехали. Друзья, доброе утро. Спасибо всем, кто с нами здесь живьем в Калининграде в воротах, и тем, кто с нами в онлайне. Мы продолжаем работу Международной городской лаборатории Калининград Urban Lab, в которой обсуждаем различные аспекты того, что мы так между собой называем культурным планированием. Вчера, кто смотрел или присутствовал, была дискуссия по поводу того, какой термин как раз удачнее для названия этой деятельности, но так или иначе 2 дня вот разбираемся, что же это за деятельность. И вчера много говорили о калининградских кейсах. Сегодня с утра у нас панель, в которой будет много кейсов из разных городов, прежде всего из Петербурга, но также будет у нас и Петрозаводск, и Калининград тоже. И у нас сегодня 6 спикеров, если не ошибаюсь, да, 6, которые в таком калейдоскопном режиме представят разные способы работы с городским пространством, с городской средой, как раз средствами вот культурного планирования, социокультурного планирования, проектирования, программирования. Как бы это ни называлось, это всегда о том, каким образом мы работаем с горожанами и вместе с ними работаем с городской средой и образом жизни. И первое выступление у нас в онлайне, и это наша близкая коллега и подруга из Санкт-Петербурга Оля Мнишко, координатор группы «Друзья Карповки» и инициатор огромного количества инициатив в городе Санкт-Петербурге, инициатив разного рода, и кураторка партиципаторных проектов в Санкт-Петербурге. И, собственно, я думаю, что самой сложной задачей для Оли сегодня было выбрать, о каких же кейсах рассказывать, потому что в ее опыте и практике их огромное количество. Это человек, который, не боюсь этого слова, мотор, который наполняет жизнью вот, общественные пространства и районы Санкт-Петербурга. Оля с нами в онлайне.
Да, приветики, ребята.
Привет, у тебя минут 15 на рассказ, если ты хочешь, чтобы тебе еще позадавали вопросы.
Извините за мое качество видео, у меня просто давно сломалась фронтальная камера, поэтому что есть, то есть. Так, можно ли включить презентацию? Я ее скидывала вам, ребята, если есть возможность включить, то будет супер здорово.
Да, мы над этим работаем.
Класс. Я бы, конечно, рассказала бы, действительно, Олег правильно подметил, что хочет рассказать про какие-то более, грубо говоря, актуальные, по крайней мере, для меня сейчас проекты, но так как у нас тема тоже вокруг воды снова, да, как в Калининграде, то сегодня речь пойдет про «Друзья Карповки», но в целом хочется, если это будет возможно, если хватит времени, я постараюсь быстро рассказать какие-то основные аспекты, а дальше можно было пообсуждать на примере других кейсов и на примере там опыта тех, кто находится в зале и в зуме, вообще как быть, потому что у меня для всех зрителей и зрительниц есть общий вопрос, но мы до него дойдем еще.
Мы видим твою презентацию, давай.
Супер, да, ну, во-первых, меня зовут Оля Мнишко, я часто представляюсь как участница открытой лаборатории «Город», и вот Олег тоже является участником открытой лаборатории «Город», и Саша Ненька, между прочим, тоже, вот такая независимая платформа специалистов, которые собираются под разные проекты в зависимости от необходимости собраться. И вот те проекты, что мы делали, это «Друзья Карповки», да, про которые сегодня пойдет речь, может, следующий слайд? Ага. Еще мы делали техническое задание на парк Тучков-Буян, который был вызовом для Москвы сделать свое зарядье, но ничего не получилось. Еще мы занимались разработкой тоже концепции развития берегов Охты и Акервиля, и делаем различные какие-то небольшие мастерские, воркшопы для того, чтобы поддерживать местные инициативы и локальных активистов. Вот, поэтому, конечно же, все то, что про воду, мне тоже дико интересно и близко, хотя, несмотря на все это, конечно же, мне и другие темы про развитие каких-то общественных, публичных территорий тоже интересны. Можно дальше. И тут коротко про те проекты, которые сегодня волнуют меня и на что я больше всего трачу времени. Первый проект – спот для подростков. Это мы в таком спальном микрорайоне строим маленькое пространство для подростков вместе с подростками. И получается все очень здорово и мило, и мы наблюдаем за ним, как оно существует, потому что основное пространство мы уже построили, основной как бы каркас, да, этого места. Но сейчас пока просто смотрим, как его обживают люди, кто его обживает, обживают ли его подростки в конечном итоге, и как сделать так, чтобы оно было безопасным именно для подростков. Дальше. Вторая инициатива, которая тоже занимает, мне кажется, львиную долю моего свободного времени, это общественный сад. Это попытка создать на пустыре в Петроградском районе такое публичное тоже пространство. Мы его назвали как рабочее название «Общественный сад», где мы хотим поженить интересы вообще разных групп горожан, объединить их, да, и сделать это пространство, оставить его таким же инклюзивным, каким оно есть сейчас, чтобы там могли присутствовать люди совершенно с разными сценариями поведения в этом пространстве. И, в общем, в конечном итоге хотим спасти место от застройки, потому что ему угрожает то, что на нем могут построить деловой центр или апарт-отель. И третья инициатива, вот о которой хотелось бы сегодня говорить, это «Друзья Карповки». Это проект, который начался в 2017 году с инициативы развития берегов Карповки. Карповка большая, да, тоже об этом я могу коротко рассказать. И то, что сейчас реализован, первый этап развития берегов Карповки, это всего лишь маленькая доля, наверное, даже 1/10 доля от всей Карповки, и нам еще предстоит большая работа, но, однако, уже есть о чем рассказать, и есть о чем вместе с вами подумать, что мы сделали так, а что мы сделали не так, для того, чтобы в дальнейшем эти ошибки исправить и уже работать как-то с новыми знаниями, да. Вообще, друзья Карповки появились, вот можно следующий слайд. Это вот то, как было, то, как стало. Карповка, опять же, это река, которая как бы разделяет Петроградский район, и мы, когда только познакомились с этой рекой, то поняли, что это вполне себе такой локальный центр Петроградской страны, до которого легко добраться из любой части Петроградского района за 15 минут пешком, и подумали, что это действительно классная история развивать это как локальный центр. И Карповка имеет протяжение 6 километров с обеих сторон реки, то есть это 6 километров набережных, абсолютно разных набережных. Есть с бетона от мост, пройти вплотную к реке и потрогать водичку. И учитывая все это разнообразие, нам тоже вот хотелось как-то его... Мы, конечно, когда только там оказались в 2016 году...
Оль, ты подвисаешь, попробуй
потому
вообще...
что мы брали забор, который стоял на протяжении...
Оль, да, правильное
Да,
решение. Убрать видео, да, и можешь чуть-чуть помедленнее говорить, потому что идет перевод, переводчик за тобой не поспевает переводить на английский. Вот сейчас отличное видео пошло, в смысле мы видим презентацию, да. Давай, и звук тоже, кажется, пошел.
Ура, я очень рада, извините, с видео действительно все виснет. Да, в общем, территория оказалась открыта нам, потому что 25 лет стоял забор, и мы не имели доступа к тому участку Карповки, который сегодня благоустроен, так сказать. И оказавшись там, мы просто поняли, что очень странно не пытаться там быть, да, на этой территории, потому что она прекрасная уже сама по себе была. И, конечно, в голове всегда есть две идеи. Первая идея — это как бы создать доступ к воде горожан, чтобы было больше способов взаимодействия с водой в городе, потому что Петербург хоть и город на воде, но однако мы в прикладном смысле очень мало эту воду используем. Вот сегодня жара, конечно, стоит жуткая, поэтому все купаются, но в целом это не очень принято купаться в реке. Это не очень принято использовать катера для какого-то транспортного сообщения между там островами Петербурга, да. Не очень принято находиться у воды, потому что просто тупо нету возможности, такой физически нет возможности. И поэтому нам казалось, что эта набережная может стать таким, что ли, флагманом, да, того, как вообще может развиваться прибрежная территория в городах и в Петербурге в частности. И мы решили, что мы хотим сделать фестиваль «Твоя вода» и воркшоп «Диалог воды» для того, чтобы продемонстрировать такую культуру повседневного использования воды, взаимодействия с водой. И на этом фестивале мы собрали, и этот фестиваль просто из того, что было, позвали всех своих друзей и знакомых, позвали местные сообщества, которые работают с водой. Это были и сапсерфы, которые сейчас очень популярны. На 2017 году только были какие-то зачатки вот этого движения сапсерферского, да. Плюс там были другие плавсредства, которые были и самодельные, и не самодельные. Мы строили плоты, всячески, в общем, проводили время у воды. И мне кажется, что это было, знаете, хорошее начало для того, чтобы познакомиться с территорией. Вот если мы говорим про социокультурное проектирование, то это вполне себе культурное событие, которое может задать некоторый тон, да, того, как вообще может развиваться набережная. Каким мы ее видим в будущем, почему именно этот фестиваль там возник, почему не фестиваль еды, например, да, почему фестиваль воды. Мне кажется, что это не случайность, а именно попытка наша заложить какие-то основы в это пространство, как пространство, где взаимодействуют с водой. И также в 2017 году, когда вот мы стали делать эти воркшопы и фестивали, мы пошли на переговоры с администрацией для того, чтобы убедить их делать концепцию развития всей набережной Карповки. Опять же, потому что, как я и сказала, она протяженная, она разная на всех ее участках, разная не только по своему именно ландшафту береговой линии, но и разная с точки зрения соседства, да, то есть в некоторых частях Карповки там вообще нет соседей, как вот первый участок был благоустроен, там есть только ботанический сад напротив и Первый медицинский университет. В других местах есть набережная Карповки, который вплотную стоит к жилым домам, и там абсолютно тоже другая какая-то застройка, да, и другая атмосфера самого берега. И нам казалось это важно все учитывать, поэтому мы предложили сделать исследование, и мы его проводили в течение полугода. И, в общем, мне кажется, получилась замечательная работа, и тоже как способ как раз-таки понять чуть больше про место и проектировать его культурное наполнение. Исследование — это, правда, очень важный этап, поэтому нам было важно его провести, нам было важно, что результаты этого исследования стали основой для будущих проектов благоустройства реки Карповки, да, и, надеюсь, станут этими, будет продолжаться эта тенденция, да, что это не забудут и не положат куда-то в ящик, вот, потому что нам кажется важным те знания, которые мы узнали из этого исследования, в том числе о том, какой вообще досуг видят жители Петроградской страны на берегах Карповки. Следующим этапом было вообще рассказать об этой концепции, чтобы, опять же, она не осталась лежать где-то глубоко в столе. Нам было важно продемонстрировать и жителям Петроградской страны, и администрации, и правительству города о том, что вообще такая концепция существует, и что она может быть дорожной картой, да, некоторым руководством к действию. Поэтому мы сделали вот такой вот парклет, да, с информационным стендом, где мы разместили, распечатали всю нашу концепцию, проиллюстрировали ее красивыми картиночками, все подписали максимально доступно, предложили людям тоже с ней ознакомиться, и таким образом о концепции узнало огромное количество людей, и у проекта «Друзья Карповки», который был маленьким, неизвестным и только в зачаточном состоянии, появилось очень много сторонников, потому что не все узнают новости из социальных сетей, да, там такой поток информации, что довольно сложно пробиться через все миллионы видео, Инстаграма, ТикТока и так далее, тогда еще не было ТикТока, но однако, и поэтому нам было важно взаимодействовать разными способами с той аудиторией. Опять же, если мы говорим про некоторое культурное программирование, то надо понимать, что для того, чтобы спрограммировать что-то культурно, нужно достучаться до разных аудиторий, которые находятся на проектируемом участке, и взаимодействовать с ними, вот с этими аудиториями по-разному. Кому-то удобнее работать в онлайне, кому-то нужен офлайн-стенд для того, чтобы они про вас узнали. Но на этом, конечно, мы не остановились, и мы решили, что нам необходимо вообще тестировать наши все идеи с концепцией, да, которые есть, через какие-то фестивальные форматы. Так появился фестиваль самоорганизации «Сегодня можно», где мы предложили соседским сообществам, частным людям, которые живут неподалеку, или просто городским активистам, сделать какие-либо активности на набережной. И идея была в том, что мы должны были, как и в нашей концепции, закрыть участок набережной для проезда автомобилей и высыпаться туда, на эту набережную, со своими активностями. То есть временно ее оживить другими, да, какими-то функциями. Не просто, что там ездит трамвайчик и автомобили, но и как-то там тоже присутствовать на этой набережной. Все пошло не так, вот, к сожалению, к великому, потому что нам не дали перекрыть набережную, но хотя бы менты нас не выгнали, и мы сумели провести свой фестиваль. И для того, чтобы сложилось сообщество, мне кажется, он сработал, потому что люди между собой познакомились, они сделали то, что никогда прежде не делали в открытом пространстве, потому что не видели для этого никаких возможностей легальных, да, а тут как бы слоган фестиваля был «Сегодня можно», и люди, кажется, восприняли его буквально, как и надо было, и сделали то, что хотели. В общем, для какого-то теста и знакомства между людьми, мне кажется, это сработало. Плюс мы также продолжали делать не только тестовые, но и временные решения. Например, нам хотелось создать какой-либо символ пространства вот этой набережной Карповки для того, чтобы Карповка была узнаваема, потому что, честно говоря, до прихода на эту территорию про Карповку вообще мало кто знал. Это была такая одна из речек Петербурга, в одном из районов Петербурга, у которого не было никакой как будто бы своей даже идентичности, что ли, своего, по крайней мере, в городе, когда говорили про Карповку, никто ничего не отвечал в ответ. То есть даже местные жители не всегда знали, что это за речка, где она течет. И поэтому нам было важно как-то создать этот символ места для того, чтобы была узнаваемость у всего побережья, да, у всей реки. И мы сделали рыбу как символ Карповки. Мы знаем, что Карповка не относится... Карповка появилась не от слова «карпа», не от рыбы «карп», но, однако, нам хотелось какой-то более, что ли, в лоб придумать символ для того, чтобы просто люди об этой реке знали. И эта рыба сработала, она стояла там где-то около полугода, пока ее не демонтировал Мостотрест, но, однако, свою цель она выполнила, она как бы привлекала туда дополнительно людей, туда приходили телевизионщики, приходили репортеры, снимали, в общем, для того, чтобы раскрутить как бы бренд места, мне кажется, это сработало все. Можно дальше. Ну и последним нашим этапом такого взаимодействия социокультурного, да, с жителями, со стейкхолдерами вокруг Карповки были различные рабочие встречи, да, общественные такие консультации, которые мы делали довольно регулярно для того, чтобы те люди, которые прежде не были включены в процесс там, друзей Карповки, не знали ничего про это сообщество, могли узнать про него, могли задавать вопросы, спросить вообще, кто мы, на чьи деньги мы работаем, самый, да, популярный вопрос всегда, чьи интересы мы представляем, и включиться либо не включиться в инициативную группу. И как бы таким вишенкой на торте стали проведение вот этих сессий с участвующего проектирования, которые как бы обычно в городах происходят просто спонтанно, не работая при этом до этого сообществами. Мне кажется, что вот этот двухгодичный цикл работы до сессии помог нам очень как бы в экспресс-формате собрать людей на сессии, которые проходили зимой на январских праздниках в 2017 году, для того, чтобы спроектировать тот самый первый участок Карповки, который был осенью 2019 года реализован. И из-за того, что у нас был как бы опыт взаимодействия, да, и большая как бы, вернее, репутация как инициативной группы среди местных жителей, то к нам был какой-то кредит доверия уже, и поэтому очень легко пришли люди, и мы сумели договориться даже за 3 встречи о том, как развивать этот участок. Плюс, конечно же, нам помогло то исследование, которое делалось прежде, потому что мы примерно тоже понимали, в какую сторону вообще может пойти развитие этой территории. Можно дальше?
Оль, 15 минут вышло, надо,
Ой.
да, из остального
Хорошо.
выбрать что-нибудь самое важное.
Извините, пожалуйста. Но, в общем, при этом всем, конечно, если я рассказывала и все казалось, что было так сладко, то нет, не сладко, потому что, конечно, любые действия в пространстве вызывают противодействие. И если ничего не делать, то, конечно же, не будет никаких конфликтов. Но мы делали, поэтому мы сталкивались с конфликтами. Первый конфликт — это когда мы поставили вышку для того, чтобы заглядывать за Карповку. Местные жители сказали, что эта вышка нам мешает, она собирает мусор, на ней занимаются сексом, и вообще нафиг уберите свою вышку. Нам пришлось ее убрать. Вот это история нашего провала. бывало. Можно следующий слайд? Вторая история – это то, что Карповка эволюционирует, и если в первый раз в 2019 году было модно делать какое-то настильное благоустройство, деревяшки, качели и так далее, то сегодня мы видим тенденцию того, что люди не хотят никакого благоустройства, они хотят тишины и спокойствия, и видят развитие Карповки не только в том, что нужно ее срочно облагородить для жителей, но нужно ее и сохранить для тех других нечеловеческих агентов, которые там присутствуют. И даже появилась петиция в защиту зеленых берегов Карповки. Нам тоже кажется каким-то важным знаком того, что сообщество растет, оно меняется, и оно становится другим качественным. И следующий слайд про вот ситуацию, которая возникла буквально 1,5 дня назад, поэтому очень удачно, что я могу с вами поделиться. Это про первый участок Карповки. Женщина, вам не видно, она пишет, что на Карповке, вот она приходит туда гулять, 3-4 группы танцевальные одновременно находятся там, танцуют свою музыку со своими колонками и так далее. И она говорит, кому обратиться, чтобы там они не танцевали, потому что вот, поэтому, конечно, и если вот говорить как выводы, да, которые мы сделали из проекта, то можно следующий слайд. То мы поняли, что пространство, да, как бы, что, с чем мы заходили в проект, это что мы увидели в конце, что пространство, которые захватили Карповку. Оттуда, пожалуйста, я хочу тишины. Мне кажется, это прекрасная иллюстрация того, что даже то, что придумано 2 года назад, хорошо и работало тогда, 2 года назад, сегодня может совсем не работать. Мне кажется, и вызов, вернее, к профессиональному сообществу, и в том числе к тем, кто сегодня слушает участвует в этой Zoom-конференции, да, потому что, мне кажется, это задача для нас, для всех, подумать, как вообще учитывать разные сценарии использования, изменяемый формат использования в будущем. Поэтому надеюсь, что получится это обсудить, может быть, не сейчас, но чуть позже. Но вот что сейчас можно сказать о нашем проекте, что мы анализируем то, что происходит, и работаем дальше, потому что, конечно, Карповке еще предстоит большой и долгий путь развития. Все.
Спасибо большое, Оля. Да, на самом деле буквально пару минуток осталось на вопросы или комментарии, если они есть у нас у кого-нибудь в аудитории, в зале. Да, давайте, Аня, по минутке.
Да, Анна Карпенко. У меня вопрос такой. Ваш опыт по взаимодействию с соседствами, соседскими сообществами. Вы там создаете какие-то объекты, рыбу и так далее. А кто за ними следит? Вот для меня это самый большой вопрос, потому что в результате популярного формата городских мастерских остаются инфраструктурные объекты, а-ля скамеечки, там, клумбы, ящики. И брошенные всеми, сделанные за 3 дня, они производят уже там через пару месяцев, не говоря уже через пару лет, абсолютно плачевное впечатление. И для людей, кто там живет, эффект скорее больше вреда, чем польза. Вот как вы с этим работаете?
Слушайте, это очень острый вопрос сейчас, потому что в общественном саду, про который я вам говорила, мы тоже поставили трюмо для нашего мероприятия недавнешнего, если можно так сказать. И местные жители, часть из них говорит, как круто, классно, оставьте, а другая говорит, что за помойка вы нам тут устроили. Это очень опасное трюмо, они могут порезаться. И мне кажется, что тут как бы правила могут быть разные. В случае с объектами, которые мы строили, вот эта вышка, да, и вот эта скамейка рыба, мы за ними следили. Мы их демонтировали сами, да, то есть потом, когда с вышкой случился конфликт, мы по договоренности с жителями ее перевезли на Охту, и эта вышка превратилась в музей борщевика. В случае с трюмо в общественном саду мы написали, что, по крайней мере, у нас такая публичная позиция, что, друзья, это трюмо кому-то нравится, кому-то нет, поэтому мы допускаем, что вы сами решаете, что с ними сделать. Если вам очень трюмо не нравится, выносите их на помойку или там, делайте, что с ними хотите сами. Но действительно, тут как бы надо понять, как поженить интересы всех, потому что это просто удивительно, что вот в общественном саду, опять же, тоже, просто это там более яркие примеры оказались, потому что там рядом жилые дома, и люди очень резко реагируют на любые изменения пространства. Допустим, мы поставили пеньки, которые примыкают к брандмауру дома, и людям это дико не нравится, потому что туда стали приходить бездомные, и вот они ожидают от нас, как людей, которые поставили эти пеньки, чтобы мы их оттуда убрали. И вот тоже тут как бы непонятно, кто прав. Вроде бы мы же не запрещаем их убрать, уберите самостоятельно, если вам мешают. Они говорят, нет, это вы поставили, значит, вы должны убрать. И вот тут как бы, ну, как непонятно, как вырулить, если честно. То есть мы убрали пока пеньки, они убрали вторую часть самостоятельно, те жители, которые возмущались, и вроде бы конфликт пока на этом не то чтобы разрешился, но угас, да, и как будто бы тут тоже сразу в процессе надо понимать, как дальше будет это все работать и какие есть ожидания у других участников, у жителей. Но с другой стороны, если не делать, то этого ничего бы и не проявилось бы, этого конфликта. Я так радуюсь тому, что мы начали что-либо делать, и как раз-таки вот эти все люди, которым не пофигу, да, которые не безразличны к пространству, они проявляются, они сразу начинают заявлять свою позицию из серии «Ага, а вот так вот мне нехорошо». Ну и уже есть какая-то возможность для диалога дальнейшего. Не знаю, опять же, к чему это приведет, но однако мне кажется, что это классный катализатор для разговоров с людьми.
Да, спасибо, Аня.
Анна Олимпиева, Оля, привет. У меня вопрос про согласование с властями. Ну, то есть понятно, что мы можем начинать какие-то телодвижения и что-то делать с пространством в свободном режиме, но это когда мы делаем на уровне DIY или каких-то временных историй, а здесь уже все-таки целое благоустройство, значит, в какой-то момент власти говорят, да, мы согласны, мы там согласовываем проект и так далее. Вот сколько у вас времени прошло между первым приходом на территорию, когда вы решили ею заниматься, и точкой, когда уже, ну, как бы это было признанным таким, признанной историей, так сказать, узаконенной?
Прошло 2 года, но тут надо говорить, что мы же не делали проект благоустройства. Мы проводили сессии, как друзья Карповки, но проект благоустройства делало агентство «Нескучный сад», бюро архитектурное, да, и это их проект. То есть у нас нет такой компетенции, мы не специалисты по разработке проектов. Вот именно проектной документации, которая не концептуальная, да, визуализация того, как это должно быть сделано, а именно техническая проектная документация. Поэтому вот прошло 2 года. И, конечно же, вот тут на самом деле сработал инструмент того, что у нас были выборы губернатора, и из-за того, что вокруг друзей Карповки было такое позитивное медийное поле из серии «Какой сладкий проект, какие они молодцы, какие хорошие, не оппозиционные ребята». И это, конечно, сработало на то, что выделили бюджет. То есть не будь этого позитивного информационного поля вокруг, губернаторская команда выбрала бы другой кейс, на котором бы попиарили бы губернатора, да, но выбрали этот, и поэтому под это дали денег. И поэтому так все быстро сработало.
Да, бывает так, и даже, мне кажется, вот это очень иллюстративная фотография, которая показывает, отвечает сразу на оба вопроса, на самом деле. Да, и на Ань Карпенко, и Ане Олимпиевой, да, о том, что с DIY-объектами происходит, можно сделать так, если работать с архитекторами, что не всегда просто, но можно добиться того, что DIY, да, временный объект превращается в стационарный, ну, как бы, да, играющий ту же роль, и даже эстетически напоминает. Вот, но это занимает некое время, но на этом участке Карповки произошло быстро. С другими движение происходит медленнее, ровно по той же причине, которая здесь вчера обсуждалась, в том числе в связи с валом и с парковым кольцом, по причине собственности на территорию и необходимости каждый раз с каждым собственником вести длительные переговоры и искать точки пересечения и соприкосновения интересов, потому что человек, который приватизировал этот кусок, да, как бы территории, он считает, что его интересы тоже должны быть как-то учтены, и, в общем, это процесс переговоров. Оля, спасибо огромное, спасибо, что вышла в онлайне, вот, да, в дороге, и тем не менее. Мне кажется, отличный такой старт, энергичный.
Олег, можно просьба к тебе как модератору зафиксировать этот вопросик про танцоров и про то, как вот поженить эти интересы, те, кто хочет тишины, и те, кто хочет танцев, потому что, мне кажется, это прекрасный кейс того, как бы, как общественное пространство люди хотят захватить себе его прихватизировать немножко, такие, все, мы тут танцуем, больше никому нет места. Вот, потому что это, мне кажется, вечная проблема любого публичного места,
Да.
кем оно и как используется, какие договоры есть между всеми.
Да, совершенно точно. И призываю любых наших сегодняшних спикеров в количестве еще оставшихся 5 человек, да, как-то адресоваться, например, к этому сюжету, потому что он действительно кажется важным и универсальным. Да. Недостаточно создать просто общественное пространство, никому не принадлежащее. Дальше начинается история с его присвоением одними группами в ущерб интересам других групп. Спасибо большое. Тогда,
Спасибо.
Оль, и я хотел просить Лилю Воронкову тогда представить свою презентацию, в значительной степени продолжающей ту же тему, которую начала Оля Мнишко. Лиля — координатор урбанистических проектов в бюро, вот, в котором мы вместе работаем, одноименном, да, под названием Поченков и Воронкова, и антрополог по образованию, соорганизатор конфеста городского активизма, довольно любопытного мероприятия, которое существует в стране уже 2 с лишним года, и куратор, сокуратор различных фестивалей, в том числе фестиваля «Арт-проспект» в Санкт-Петербурге. И да, Лиля продолжит рассказ о том, как арт-проекты могут влиять на город, городскую жизнь. Тоже 15 минут, чтобы еще 5 осталось на вопросы.
Всем доброе утро. Я очень рада быть здесь не онлайн, в прекрасном пространстве, которое демонстрирует нам возможности того, как приспосабливать город к общественным нуждам. И мне очень жаль, что мы даже не видим наших коллег онлайн. И пусть они нам немножко позавидуют, потому что они не видят, как тут здорово, и не чувствуют этой энергетики, которая есть в этом зале. Я хотела продолжить тему, которую начала Оля, и буду говорить про проекты, про арт-проекты, как мягкую силу, как то, что помогает нам запускать процессы в городе, вовлекать людей, скрывать конфликты, проблемы и находить потенциалы. Я сама должна переключать или мне кто-то будет... Ага. Куда его надо направлять? Так, да. Организатор мероприятия, которым я очень благодарна за то, что все-таки появилась эта возможность сюда приехать, попросили меня рассказать о фестивале «Арт-проспект», который я нежно люблю. Нежно люблю как антрополог, потому что это дает мне пищу для ума, как назывался один из фестивалей. И он помогает раскрывать в повседневности нашей какие-то детали, о которых мы никогда не думаем и не замечаем. Пару слов про фестиваль. Он существует с 2012 года и организовывается фондом CC ArtLink. Он задуман как фестиваль паблик-арта в публичном пространстве и имеет несколько принципов очень важных, про которые вот я сейчас скажу. Во-первых, это фестиваль для неподготовленных зрителей. Он не приходит в те пространства, которые уже каким-то образом развиты или оккупированы искусством, что в Петербурге довольно сложно, но все-таки достаточно еще пространств, где люди не знакомы с современным искусством. Он очень работает с контекстом, и это одно из требований к проектам художников, что они должны каким-то образом взаимодействовать с контекстом социальным или историческим, или пространственным, то есть все проекты должны это учитывать. И каждый год придумывается какая-то тема, на которую предлагается всем вместе поразмышлять и привлечь к размышлению горожан. Мы вчера много говорили, да, про мягкую силу, про возможности, вообще для чего это нужно, и что, возможно, это и есть основа вот этого самого культурного планирования, потому что позволяет производить какие-то не масштабные, не высокозатратные изменения, и самое важное, он позволяет запускать те процессы, которые бы мы хотели, чтобы в городах развивались. Не всегда благоустройство тех или иных пространств приводит к таким вот как бы желаемым результатам, когда мы хотим, чтобы запустилась жизнь, чтобы доступ к пространству получили самые разные публики, чтобы там начали происходить какие-то процессы или деятельность, которая была изначально не запланирована, а люди сами бы ее начали привносить. Это то, да, что делает наши города живыми, интересными. Это то, зачем мы приходим в общественное пространство, для того, чтобы посмотреть на других и себя показать. Так вот, арт — это прекрасный способ вот такого вскрытия повседневности, потому что на самом деле это утопия, когда мы приходим на какое-то пространство и думаем, что там есть готовые сообщества, которые вот по щелчку начнут включаться в наши проекты, начнут взаимодействовать с пространством, возьмут на себя ответственность за заботу об этом пространстве, начнут проявлять свои интересы. И поэтому огромное количество специалистов, в том числе, которые занимаются культурным планированием и культурным программированием, заняты тем, каким образом вообще расшевелить, да, людей, как создать эти сообщества, как создать интерес к городу, к пространству, как побудить их проявлять свои собственные интересы, как научить их взаимодействовать друг с другом, да, то, о чем говорила, да, Оля, как вести себя в условиях вот тех конфликтов, которые между ними возникают. И вот арт-проспект — это прекрасный способ. Я буду сейчас немножко инструментализировать искусство, и прошу прощения у коллег, которые занимаются искусством. Как антрополог, да, я проанализирую несколько проектов и покажу, как неожиданно и по-разному эти проекты могут активизировать публику. Но, наверное, вот это просто как бы самый такой простой пример о том, как заставить человека остановиться и вообще посмотреть вокруг. Да? Человека, который бежит из дома на работу, смотрит в телефон или под ноги себе, да, и думает про свои проблемы. Это проект Дарьи Макаренко, которая вот эти неровности в плитке замостила керамическими плитками, которые она создала по форме этих выбоин, с разными надписями, которые, по идее, заставляют нас задуматься о чем-то другом. Следующий проект — это уличного художника Стаса Бакса на фестивале в 2014 году, который был посвящен теме природы. Он изобразил большого синего кита, которые исчезают, и он хотел таким образом привлечь внимание к этой проблеме. Однако буквально через год, наверное, то есть этот кит стал очень популярен, туда стали приходить люди, фотографировать. Это такой довольно заброшенный двор, и он как бы стал местом, да, на карте района. Это Петроградский район, центр Петербурга. Однако через какое-то время мы приходим и видим вот такую картину, кита нет. Как и во многих городах мира, в Петербурге строго действует закон Zero Tolerance, то, что называется. То есть согласовать и какие-то рисунки, масштабные муралы, да, на стенах практически невозможно. Достаточно одному человеку пожаловаться, и все исчезает. Мы, как кураторы, да, арт-проспекта, не оставили, да, этот вопрос в стороне, стали узнавать, а что случилось, почему кита закрасили, кто пожаловался и так далее. И при разговоре с местными жителями выяснилось, я просто спросила, вы знаете, там вот тут кит был, да? Они говорят, да, но вы же знаете, что это пропаганда, которая подталкивает детей к самоубийству. И какой ужас, что эти люди используют наши стены для того, чтобы агитировать наших детей. И тогда стало понятно, что просто нарисовать картину и как-то побудить людей ее правильно понимать, это не совсем то. И тогда Стас Бакс не оставил эту стену в покое, этих жителей, это
misconception of misunderstanding between the residents and the artists. And we decided to create a different project together with Ivan Gadalov and Olga Mnishka. And we created the carriage. And the carriage is movable and it can be taken to any courtyard, and you can arrange some tea party, and you can make it a focal point of interaction with the local residents. And during this project, we tried to find out what people want to get painted on their walls. And well, so just we decided that the mural project is can be implemented, and of course children were the main audience who was having tea and talking about what is to be painted, what was to be painted on the walls. They voted for different bears or cats or parrots, but we also wanted to know what they are dreaming about and what the courtyard of their dream looked like, and what they can value, and what kind of fantastic or what kind of fantasy creature they want to be painted on the walls. And then we came up with the idea of a dinosaur. Of course, it's not a bear or it's not a rabbit, but it's a dinosaur, and it has been living since then. And that's another project. And the project of an artist who played with the topic of the Soviet deficit, commodity deficit, but it was erased quite soon. So the local residents were unhappy about it. They interpreted it as the advertisement for some Belarusian food products. And local residents insisted on taking it off the wall. The same carriage, you can see Ola Mnishka in the picture. So she is not an artist, but the Art Avenue, now attracts people who work with art, who are not artists themselves, but who work with art. And I spoke about this project in Kaliningrad, so I will give a very brief description of this project. So that is tea party in the courtyard, and it lasted for 2 months. And the idea of it was to organize some kind of neighborhood lunch. So it's difficult to organize some kind of common lunch or community lunch. And every time when we attract people, when we ask people to participate, it takes a lot of effort, and it's a kind of painstaking exercise. And I can say that even 2 months is really a short time to get people participate. Children and teenagers were the best audience, and they talked to their parents. And we started with the idea of this community lunch, and we asked children to talk to their parents what they would like to cook. And what do you think was the most popular dish? Pancakes. And we decided to cook it. And actually, until the very last moment, we didn't know how many people will show up. And so we didn't know how attractive it could be, because it's the courtyard where it was organized was kind of mixed, very mixed, because there are different people. Very different people live there with different social status and with different interests, elite people and people from the lower social classes. Well, then the very day came, and it was heavily raining, and we were waiting for the people, and we didn't know what to expect. And just one of the residents who lived in this courtyard of Georgian origin, he was very skeptical about us and about the project, and he kept some rather long distance between us and between himself. So then he decided to ask us what was going on, and we said, "Oh, so your neighbors from Uzbekistan were promising to bring us some plov, some Uzbek traditional dish." And then when he learned it, after some time, he appeared with a huge bowl of Georgian dish. Which was a great example of union or just of this unity of two cultures and residents representing different origins participating in one project. Another project is called Potato, or potatoes, and the author of the project is Diana Spungen, and so she decided to just to recreate some reminiscences of her father, because so her father lived alone and far away from her, and every time when she visited him, he cooked something from potatoes, and she decided to bring her family history to the audience and to recall her visits to her dad. And so the potato was located somewhere in the courtyard, and actually the potatoes were there all the time, and we didn't watch over it. We didn't keep any neighborhood watch. But then people decided people decided to take some potatoes from the spot, and so they came to local residents came to the spot, and they started to talk to the author of the project, and why this foreign author came to Russia with this lots of potato, and what she wants to what kind of message she wants to deliver. And I was really interested what was going on in the courtyard at night. And I I was keeping a watch over the potatoes at night, and I saw these people who came with their bags, with their plastic bags, and who picked up some potatoes and took them home. And then I saw a man who was really worried about these potatoes. And he was running around the streets, and he was asking people whether they wanted to have some potatoes, and he was activating people to take some more potatoes. And after several nights that he was running around, he decided to rent a truck, and he came to this spot with the truck, and he together with some other neighbors, he took away all the potatoes that were located in the courtyard. The artist, the author of the project, was not disappointed, because she thought that that was the main message of the project. Another project is called Game Over, and the author of the project is the gamer, or just a game developer, and he wanted to activate a part of the city where he lived, and he created a game about the Atlantis, or the Atlas and Caryatids, who played together, and he wanted to attract the attention of people to the heritage, to the historical heritage. And the most interesting fact is that the preparation for the project triggered the common activity, the activity of those groups of people who are usually excluded from the project. The most active helpers, and I was the curator of the project, the most active helpers, assistants, were the people from the same courtyard, and they are, heavy drinkers. So they were in bad mood in the morning. In the afternoon, in the late afternoon, they were completely drunk. But during the day, they were the friendliest and the best informed people who very actively assisted me on the project. And they knew everything about their courtyard, they knew everything about their neighborhood, and we equipped them with some cords and some electric appliances. And when the kind of opening day came, they became the main participants of this project, who familiarized people with the idea of the project. And I would like to show you a 3-minute video, and it is called Ping Pong, or Time Pong, and it's about some projects in St. Petersburg.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Чтобы остались вопросы?
So, are there any questions? I'm ready to answer. The courtyard residents were recognizable. Yeah, so you certainly could recognize them in the video. Thank you so much. I think it's a beautiful presentation about how you can work with local residents, and that's what we discussed yesterday. And all similar projects usually work with social life, with communication, with residents, rather than with urban space. So urban space is the location where everything is possible, where everything happens.
Это даже не вопрос, просто
It's even not a question. That's real a cool project. And actually, due to curators, so lots of respect for the curators. I visited Tomsk recently. I saw a similar text on the wall of the library. For this installation, we got a permission of the University of Tomsk, and due to that, in the university space, there was a great festival, a great public art festival, Nuka, and I was very impressed how the University of Tomsk and the universities of Tomsk are engaged into support of public art projects to open its space for these projects. There were lots of great people from all over the country. And so I recalled our experience from St. Petersburg, where the words performance North 7 was seen as something which could not be afforded, could not be permitted in the public spaces like university. And it's a pity how this experience, how different this experience can be in different cities of the country. Are there some further developments in the work with public art, with partners? Do you see more loyalty from the public institutions in this regard? Thank you for the question. Actually, we have been talking about museums, about art institutions who are the providers and the initiators of the process of cultural programming in cities. To some extent, actually, due to these official institutions, it is possible to carry out some things when a big organization comes and we want to do this and this. Of course, they get more attention from public authorities. This initiative, North 7, Sever 7, it was a very complicated campaign for the university. It was hard to understand what's going to happen on their space. But recently, they came to us and asked whether we could create some interventions in their area. There are short-term actions, but it is not nothing which is long-lasting, but it can reveal some problems, some pressing issues. If people came to this campaign, to this act, Sever 7, so and this issue became vocal, and it also allowed to attract some additional funding for this project. Some other cases, 2 other cases for good partnership. One of the examples of public art in the zoo, that is a sculpture where it is called Freedom. It is devoted for wild beasts who survived after war, and it became a symbol of the zoo. And it belongs to the root of the Green Park, and it is being maintained, and it is an example of the partnership and collaboration between two institutions. 10 years ago, it was very complicated for us to work in this city. It was important for us that this sculpture survives. And another example, this is a mural of a French artist. I forgot his name. And this sculpture remained to the public space in the vicinity of the Chekhov Library. We go through a long process of getting permissions and validations along with the city architects. We go through this process, through this formal procedure. Soon we got the permission, and this sculpture survived. This is a museum, city and a museum all together. I also would like to stress, museum is a dialogue. We should be open to a dialogue. Yes, we have our interests, we have values of the art, we have the ideas of the authors, but the city is not governed only by art. There are also public authorities, they have some legislations, and in this dialogue, interesting projects can be born, and a chain reaction is being launched and spread to other places. This is in continuation of the question of Olamnishko. She spoke about this project, similar project. It may seem to us that these projects are carrying great values, but that is not enough, maybe. What is more important, they launch the further dialogue, a further interaction in the city. The fact that you completed a great project, this is only the beginning of the history. It lives further on its own, and sociologists know. Katya Lavrinets spoke about it yesterday. For the sociologist, it is the fact, but for the authorities, it is not. And they are concerned with this. This city is not possible without conflicts. And the more conflicts are being revealed, the better. And that is normal, but the authorities cannot agree with that. It's important to them to create a kind of unity. But for the sociologists, the opposite is true. So it is it is a current issue to provoke, to launch an energy for the interaction. So the conflict, it is something which is great. So Andrei Lublinsky was happy when he could paint his sausage, and it then launched the movement, launched a reaction among the population. So let's move on. And the next participant from St. Petersburg, Alexandra Nenko, the chair of the lab for the quality of living, Institute of Design and Urban Research at the ITMO University. She's also working at crossroads between art, urban studies, IT. And now let's talk about mapping and city environment. Good day. I will follow not the case logic, but rather methodology. It's important to point out when talking about mapping and cultural planning, and I'm doing both, and also emotional mapping. So I'd like to share with you some insights. For me, These are also participatory practices, because the end users of the territory, local residents, visitors, could be engaged in this process. And actually, what it is about, to map local knowledge of the territory. This topic appeared in 60s, thanks to the approach of UNESCO, and thanks to these issues, how to preserve the indigenous local cultures and communities, minorities, and to prevent the wiping out of their cultures. They came about with this paradigm of cultural mapping. It has been broadened over years and is widely used by different experts and communities to map all the senses and feelings of the places, narratives, everything which can be linked to culture, some special roots. I've been working with this topic for quite a long. 2017, I had a kind of a controversial experience on a festival where I was invited as a curator of a sociological part of the festival. We did mapping along with local residents. We did interviews with them, also with local experts. We did some interactive installations, and we got to know that the cultural mapping is not only about great histories or myths. It is also a means to identify dramatic processes, complicated process of deterioration and destroying of non-material and material values, which make up the identity. And the residents of that village, due to this advent of experts from big cities of Russia, due to this mapping process, they benefited from that. And this tool set, we did it with different means where people could map their houses, their favorite places, beach, their walking routes, or something which they are angry about, like abandoned areas. They marked some special places on the map, and it's difficult to take further actions without a proper interpretation of these marks. When mapping is done by institutions in terms of the active parts of the city environments, so local residents can also map senses which are important to them. The apologists of the cultural mapping, the shared non-material and material assets, something which is tangible, cultural institutions, graffitis, public art, non-material values are difficult to map. And there are narratives, values, language, stories, feelings, which is usually gets revealed as top-down. It is a widespread system of mapping of the objects as assets There can be cultural institutions, there can be districts with cultural heritage, cultural businesses, single art objects. This can be mapped very beautifully. Apart from the geolocation, and a strategy is being formed. If we have more cultural businesses connected to tourism, this is what we could develop. This is an important approach. We are doing this too. We are mapping businesses which can be related to creative industry and how they are localized in the city space. Here, the Vasilyevsky Island, it's important to understand where, how we form this creative landscape of the city, where the pockets are appearing. There are some areas which are especially attractive for creative businesses. Along with the open data from online maps, we can do this mapping and link this to spatial strategies. There is also bottom-up mapping, as mapping of city census. These are two maps on the basis of the gray ring from our partner ML Plus. The experts from this lab have created these nice maps. For one of the industry spaces, they have mapped the context through the associations, through metaphors, like greenery, wilderness, dominant sightseeing places. These are emotions of these spatial features, and these features this is something to draw on by architects to saturate functionally this area. This is a sociological and anthropological approach. It is also possible to map senses, that which is void, which can be saturated in future. I have summarized what can be mapped at the city census. We could continue this list. If it comes to non-material values, we can work with narratives, with different routes. We can work with how this city space can be conveyed through art. We can designate some dominant places and the traces, which is also a very important anthropological term. Even garbage can be seen from this point of view. When we see, for instance, on a children's playground, some wine bottles laying around, this can be also a source for this mapping. We can incorporate this all into the design, and we should interact with nature and form the link between how we see the culture and how we see the nature. That the nature have a cultural dimension too. Some reflections based on this, the work of the MLA lab, how we could map some artifacts of this gray belt of buildings, which are also objects of cultural heritage, some attractions some learning routes. There can be also bicycle routes and walking routes. These all are treasures. There are different tools for mapping. To the left on the slide, all these, both to the left and to the right, there are examples of the offline mapping. When we work here and now with maps, with paper, with stickers, with some sticks, we as a researcher can code some agendas through these tools. For instance, how we perceive emotionally a point of attraction. We can write down some interpretations. We can create also even 3D models to form a functional 3D row. We can work also online with the systems of public participation. We are also developing such systems, such survey systems. What it is good for? It focuses on surveys which are linked to special places. People can mark without any abstract ideas where they would like to see particular objects, like green places, art objects. They could also indicate routes they are using in their everyday life. They could add additional information, like whether they find it interesting, uncomfortable, or safe, or they can choose some functions or features they'd like to see in this space, or they do already see. And of course, we could also create such surveys based on different cultural aspects. And this is an example of a finalized map about how it is linked to culture. For instance, these red places, there are positive places, and blue places, there is something which needs change. These are senses which people link to these places. They link these places to their personal experience, whether positive or negative. Here, these red points, red dots, there are positive pockets. Green zones, there are open recreation spaces bound to positive experience gained through nature. We could also interpret negative places as well, where are there problems to address. Actually, when we get such data, we can do further in-depth analysis, quality analysis, when we categorize some types of problems, or we summarize positive features. We can analyze semantics. When people write something in the comments, they use a particular language. For sociologists and anthropologists, it's important to see this local language, how these concepts are being viewed. This is important not only for the anthropological point of view, but it can be added to the spatial code of a place, and it can be added to the associations linked to a place. We can conduct also a quantitative analysis and make rankings of places. And spatial analysis too, so that we get to understand where most popular places, everyday or daily use places are located. I'd like to talk about emotional mapping. That is nothing new. It can be made worldwide. And it's possible to work with the scale of the city or single territories. We can use online digital products, and we can also use emotional mapping. This one impression map has been developed in Kaliningrad. This tool, and this is a platform where we can indicate 6 types of emotions, and we get a representation of the city through the emotional spectrum. So as I've run out of time, I'd like to touch up on Kaliningrad. We have used this instrument in St. Petersburg and in other cities. A month ago, we had a first session to map the emotional experience connected to the Litovsky Wall, the street in Kaliningrad. We walked through this street and we focused on our emotions. We mapped them. And for me, the researcher, it is a picture which allows to advocate for the green elements and to show that they carry a very strong emotional experience through this perception. There are lots of feeling senses people get when they get in touch with this area. To the left are positive emotions, to the right are negative emotions. There is a spectrum to be analyzed. We have mapped only a piece of this area. Here there is a gate, here there is a lake. This is very, it looks quite abandoned, actually. And in future, when talking about the mapping of the whole green belt, we could also single out the emotional spectrum of the green belt, and it could be added as an additional layer to this map. I have already mentioned yesterday that maybe as one of the projects from our future platform for the cultural mapping in the northwest of Russia, I'm talking about the project about mapping of green spaces, ecosystem services. Those are values and senses and emotions which are conveyed through green zones. This is really relaxation and socialization for people. It's possible research from not Baltic region. It shows how these values are spread throughout the map. We have created it using this cultural mapping. This could be a good project to unite some cities. This topic, green belts of the cities, this is a very relevant issue now, and we as sociologists could bring to this discussion more information when using this tool of cultural planning and cultural mapping. That's all. But there is a minute to ask some questions or to comment on this.
So probably somebody wants to comment on the instruments, on the tools. Somebody got amazed with the potential or with the emotions in Kaliningrad. Does anybody want to comment on it? Green and blue. Blue is bad, green is good, but it doesn't mean actually anything. I mean, just the assigning some particular color. It's like positive and negative. Do you have any examples when mapping when you used mapping in some solutions for the urban space development? Yes, Ola mentioned one of the projects which involved the whole team. That was the project on our two little rivers, Ohta and Kervil and Akervil, and the project was called Your City. And we, one of the slots was our mapping, and then it resulted in urban planning. And another project, we have been working together with the City Committee on Urban Planning within the framework of the competition peripheral resource. And we also did some mapping. And it was commissioned for the project, and it is an integral part of the project. And I think it's a kind of good instrument which is in high demand, and it is in demand not only for some smaller projects, but for some administrative projects. I guess that, just the activity of your team is a layer of the pre-project studies, and when you identify which spaces, which locations are in need of improvement, and a good benefit of this project. I have got my personal managerial experience of working with such projects. I think it's a very good combination of qualitative and quantitative information. Yeah, so in the advantages of online resource is the opportunity to interact with many more people than you can do it offline. And so just when you work online, of course, you can work with thousands of people. And then the quantity of data turns into the quality of data. And when you see the density of information and when you can map it, then of course it improves the quality of the data. And I think it's a really very good combination, which certainly makes such kind of projects in high in demand. And so it's the participation. It is the information work. It's providing some consultations for the population, and it's kind of the next level. It's level up when people are actively involved and people share their opinions, and they can come up with some ideas, and they can state some problems, they can claim something. And that's really a very good combination of the survey and participation. And it's a good source, it's a good resource for recruiting. So when we conduct our sessions and when we talk to the people, we identify who can be invited to the sessions and who can be active in such works, because they show.
Спасибо, Саша. Движемся дальше. У нас еще три доклада, и из Петербурга постепенно смещаемся, сколько можно. Хватит. Давайте в Петрозаводск. И я хотел попросить Милу Бузову рассказать, независимый куратор культурных художественных проектов, руководительница проектного бюро Арт Норден. Петрозаводск, также 15 минут до вопросов в идеале.
Да. Всем добрый день. Я очень рада быть сегодня в Калининграде. Я здесь первый раз.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here in Kaliningrad. And I've got the first question. Has anybody been to Petrozavodsk? Has anybody of you been to Petrozavodsk? That's beautiful. I'm really happy. And another question. Another question, another project that I was going to speak about here. I don't know Kaliningrad as well as I wanted. I wanted to be. Do you have any? Do you have any? Well, kind of regional studies museum or regional history museum? How often do you visit it? Once a year. Well, because because it is required in your work, or are you interested in some certain exhibitions? So you come to the exhibitions, you come to some regional exhibitions. I know that some regional exhibitions, well, are kind of permanent. They don't change very much. And do you ever address these regional expositions in your museum? Well, so just yes, I can predict such an answer. And one very important issue that I would like to ask you before I start my presentation, before I start talking about our Petrozavodsk project. So the question is, are there any representatives of this regional history museum? Because I actually wanted to refer to the experiences of our museum, and I wanted to ask, very critically ask you about your experience. I have come to talk about one project, and it is the Trans-Border Cooperation Project, which is called CBC Karelia. And the project is implemented well by Karelia and Finland together. And it's the cross-border cooperation project. And it was implemented in the final round of our cross-border program. It's the program which is called project, which is called Interactive History. So that's interactive history, and it aimed at 3 museums, 3 Russian regional studies museums on the Russian side, and 3 Finnish museums. I can speak only about 3 Russian museums because I was not very actively involved in the Finnish part of the program, of the project. I was not the curator for the whole project, but I well moderated the well, just the public participation, the public interaction component. So we try to promote the museum services, and these museum services in the idea of the museum workers were to be built, were to promote interactive reconstruction. And one of the objectives on the project was to develop the identity, the local identity, and to develop the local resident participation. So the participants, the participants were the museum workers, and the target audience was represented by young adults. And because these are the people who are very unlikely to come to the museum, because just all the cases when they end up in the museum, that's about school trips, when the school teachers bring them to museums. Otherwise, they are not very often very frequent visitors to the museums. Elderly people, well, also sometimes come to the museum, but well, just rather frequently, but not very often. Yeah, but the people of 20, 30, 40, they almost never come to the museums. And those who can be found in the museums, that is the group of, these are the group of visitors who come to the region, and they somehow found out about museum and decided to have a look at it, to take a look at it. So we, well, we wanted our audience to come to the museum and then to share their impression with us. So the museums, the National Museum of Karelia That's the main museum in our republic because it's the, well, just the kind of the main office, the main museum in the network of museums, of the regional studies museums. That's the Kurkiyok Regional Study Cultural Center. It's a small center which appeared due to the effort of two enthusiastic couples or two enthusiastic people. They are a married couple who came to that location and they decided that it was a good idea to set up a museum, and later it developed and reached the status of a national museum. And then another museum in the city, in the town Olonets. It's also the Regional Studies Museum. I will show you the pictures of the places in case you have never been there. The National Museum of the Republic of Karelia is located in the central square of Petrozavodsk, and it's a historical square. And now it's the Lenin Square. And but it's a historical place which has been of some significance to Petrozavodsk since the 18th century, and it has got very good historical background, which has always been attractive for the museum workers, and they wanted to show that their museum is very closely connected to this history and to this past. The Prilukin's museum in Olonets is a museum which is located in the central city park. And this place used to be the location for the citadel or for the bastion. Now there are no ruins, there are no traces of this bastion, only some points which were identified as the points for the towers, which used to be there. But now, there are no historical traces and there are no obvious historical traces. Then the Kurkiyok Regional Studies Center is located closer to the fortification hill, and it's a very long story. It's a very, very long story because this hill is connected to Vikings, and it is really very important for developing Karelian epic tales and epic stories. And people in the ancient times, people traveled around this hill, or people traveled through this location before they settled in Karelia and in some further lands. So just what is the result of this project? We came up with some expositions or exhibitions, the idea of which was to attract people to interact with the objects, with the exhibits. One of the major challenges for the museum workers is to animate the location. And the museum workers had to work with the square, with the hill, with the tower, but there are very few exhibits which could be traced back or which could be dated back to some historical times. And that is why we had to recreate the atmosphere, and we had to recreate the links between the museum and some objects, some historical artifacts and some objects. Well, we tried to recreate the links between the space and some historical personalities whose activities were also very much intertwined with the place. One of the most pleasant exhibitions to me was the formula of the bastion, which was just some game scenario as a background, and you could come and interact with the exhibition through some game elements. Then another exhibition is Kurkiyok, and it is very decorative in its nature. And so the people who live there have got very rich history, and the history connects the 9th, 10th century and the present day. And of course, the exhibition must be very comprehensive if it wants to demonstrate these historical links. And of course, well, it's great work. Well, just I support the residents of that place in their hard work, because I understand how much, how many efforts and how much work they have to invest in developing the exhibition if they want to make it well, kind of a good one, to do it well. Then the target audience, of course, was the local residents, and the local residents would, well, I see them as both happy and unhappy because we, of course, the activities were carried out during the lockdown time. And when we originally discussed the possibilities of the project, we spoke about some local festivals where we could invite some experts, artists, and so on. But finally, we ended up online. And well, sometimes there were some sporadic offline local events, but mostly it was the online activity. Well, today I will speak about one small event, which is called the Promenade performance, well, which was called the Square of Unlimited Prospects. And this Promenade performance was not a new format for us. We used to do it before, and we used to do it in the frameworks of different projects. One of them, one of the most recent one, is called Forward the Time. And so it was conducted together with one of the enterprises in Karelia, and the enterprise was in some hard conditions, was going through some hard times. And we came to them and we decided to carry out some festivals. And a part of this project was the Promenade performance. And museum workers were so much impressed with our Promenade performance that they asked us to, well, just to do another one with some different enterprises. And then, well, you can see the examples of mapping. And the exhibition, which was held on the premises of the museum, was so rich in information. It was so comprehensive, and it was so well equipped with different exhibits that actually it was not, well, there was not much point in running some promenade performance which would mirror the major elements of the exposition. So we decided to develop a different project with a different approach. Probably you remember one of the projects which was called hands-on, hands-on, what was going on. Then we we understood that sense was not an element of the project. And because if you want to study the space, the location, you have to walk around the location. The central square of Petrozavodsk, Lenin Square, is the transport junction. It doesn't have any other facilities. It doesn't. It cannot boast any recreation facilities. It's just the traffic flows, and these cars go from one point to another in the city. There are not very many cultural institutions there, and it's not the most convenient place for the pedestrians. Yeah, so the pedestrians have to, well, just to cross the space and have to go somewhere, but they experience many difficulties. So you can see the front side of the museum, and it faces Lenin's monument to Lenin's monument, and but the other side is, well, just the other side of the building is still or has not been still reconstructed, and it's waiting for its perfect opportunity to be reconstructed. But the projects, well, the reconstruction projects haven't been approved of yet. We have developed a scenario which does not reflect the historical past, the historical heritage. Well, because we understand that there is such a work based on history, which was conducted by museum workers, and we did not want to overlap with them, and we didn't want to duplicate what they have already done. But it was a different one. The project was friendly, was resident friendly and inclusive. So the start of the project coincided with the polar nights, and it's the cold season with -10 and with cold wind. That is why the performance took about 30-40 minutes, and it is tailor-made. Well, people walk around with the headphones, they choose the channel, and they listen in the succession that they want. Of course, they are connected with the outside world, well, through the torchlight, which is carried by the guide. But all in all, it is like some kind of personal meditation. The experts on our team, so the highly recommended experts, the soundtrack for each exhibition is based on some national ethnical motifs, and we invited musicians who could help us developing the soundtrack. It's very brief how we were working, and then the performance was not as intensive as the performance here in Kaliningrad. So we had some kind of 5 editions, and it was free of charge, and it was quite popular with the local residents in spite of the bad weather and cold temperatures in Karelia. We saw the feasibility studies and some technical recommendations which required us to interact with the visitors of the museum, and it was a real challenge because we didn't see many visitors to the museum. Then our expectations were absolutely different from the requirements. Because the museum workers wanted to see the same content both in the museum exhibitions and the working performance. But I think it's kind of an open issue, open question, and everybody can try to find their own answers. And I very often ask my colleague sociologists about what we have to do when our contractor does not show a lot of plasticity and flexibility in their requirements. So just what to do, how to develop the project. So the festival lives its own life, and it is monitored by the museum, but unfortunately I haven't heard much from it since some time ago. But I know that now the festival and the project, the similar project in Kaliningrad, is under the monitoring of some administrative structure, which is really very good, and you can keep track of it and you can monitor how it develops. But our festival in Karelia is a kind of independent entity. Then apart from that, we developed very good online program, and we interviewed the local people, local residents, and the interviews included their memories or their memoirs, and something that people share with us, and something that some accounts of what was happening on the territory. And the whole project is about interaction, but unfortunately, our interaction was not as active as we expected it to be. Thank you. Thank you. We have got a question. The target audiences who the museum was going to work with. So did you have any instruments to interact with the target audience? Did they come for your prominent performance? Well, yes, they came to us, but unfortunately, we didn't have many instruments to measure their participations. And it's not a secret, it's not something new. And so just it's nothing new for the people who work with such activities. Well, you know that if you want to make a beautiful report on the project, you invite some of your friends, and your reporting is kind of is well done. But we have seen quite active participation of young adults in our performances.
The answer for the question from Mila, what to do with the contractor? I'm waiting for the answer. Can't wait for the answer. I know this quite well. I know this story from another side when a sociologist starts working with artists, and Julia worked as a mediator because the sociologist had a very strange impression of what the painters, the artists had to do, because the thinking process of a sociologist is quite different from that of the. It is they think that the painters and the artists could reflect their thoughts directly, but these experts have different concepts. And Lila says, if you want to work with artists, don't try to make sociologists of them. If you want to photograph, do it yourself. It won't have anything to do with the art. If you want to work with the artists, then let them rethink the given. I think this is connected to the question of tolerance and open-mindedness, and of the readiness to recognize another point of view. And if you want to enhance your project, then let it flow and let these people create. Otherwise, what was the use of inviting them? Just a quick question. Did you work from the inside of an institution, of a museum, or a center? Do you have inside these institutions such bright people, like in our experience, cultural managers in libraries? We work a lot with transformations of libraries into open spaces. It would be impossible to do that with the personnel which has been working there for a long time, like 30 years. But cultural managers, they have adopted another thinking. Are there such people, such creative people in the museums where you work? Myself, I've had a museum background. I worked in the Museum of Fine Arts, and there are very good project managers there. But and actually, what I'm looking for and to the museum people, there is a specific audience. It's very important for them what they show to the audience. It is important to them where they work. And actually, what they are doing, it is expansion outside to show what they are having. And I can understand this. This is their work to preserve objects, to show the objects. And I think libraries and museums, there are quite different stories. Yes, that's a disease. It is almost impossible to curate this disease. So when talking about engagement and work with the space, one should take a step aside. I saw a medicine to this disease. There is such an artist, Lerner. She created a project how to engage people on the basis of the religion museum in St. Petersburg. The experts of the museum worked out this project along with her, and the effect was very impressive. It was a success. Wouldn't not be right to say that they could bring about a rethinking process, but they made the visitors of the museum to rethink actually their environment. And the people who work in the museum, they also got engaged in the process, and they changed also their concepts of how to work with the visitors. Within the scope of the interactive history, we made some projects with young people. We invited artists from other parts of the country. And in the end effect, we ended up working not with young people, but with the museum workers, with the museum experts. Young people came to us, they were not used to go to the museums. And when the museum experts saw these people, they were actually not prepared for such kind of the audience who came and drank beer there. But in course of the project, they started to learn how to work with such kind of the audience. It's possible to work with everyone. So strange it may seem. Thank you very much, Mila. And we are moving on to other presentations. So we came back to Kaliningrad. Actually, we have planned 30 minutes for a coffee break, but I think we'll have only 15 minutes for a coffee break because we have two additional presentations regarding Kaliningrad. Julia Nezhit, curator of the Children's Museum Festival Island. From young people, we are moving on to children. I'm glad to see you all. Good day. Really, yes, moving on from Petrozavodsk. And even looking at the list of the curators who were working on this project. So I'm gonna try to talk briefly and fast. So what comes to the presentation from Petrozavodsk, and actually there were more authors who came also from Moscow. So the Children's Museum Festival Islands, I'm not the only curator of this, I'm co-curators of this festival. We have a big team of co-authors. Here is also the second curator of the festival, Alexander Bychenko. He is running a non-profit organization too, and he is our leader. We've started our project 2018. these are not people who are working together with us, but there is a most active part of our project. There is also a PR department in our project. For all the years, we have changed the participants of our team. And actually, I'd like to share a secret with you because we are developing that project further, and we have not yet finally conceptualized it. And in the light of what has been said already today, thank you for the invitation. If Anya didn't invite us to this event, maybe I could have overlooked this event. But while I'm here, we have talked about mapping. We've come up with interesting tools we are going to use. To say briefly about the project, just to present it very briefly, it has existed since 2018. This is being conducted yearly with support of the Ministry of Culture of the Kaliningrad region. And we got funding, and due to this fact, that is why we can develop it. What's important to point out, the project, I'd like to say this is the biggest project across all the museums. Even the museums night, where lots of museums are taking part. But as for these children's festivals, we have united all the museums of the city. And this year we have started to work with the museums of the region. What we didn't manage this year, how could I introduce you the former partner from the museum, the only museums institution we'd like to invite to our festival again. The festival, formally it is a children's festival. When we came up with this concept, we thought actually about marketing effect. And from the first year on, actually we planned to work with a mixed audience. Actually, it is a family project. And the first year of our work, we tried to shape our work as to can reach out not only to children, but also to other children and to the parents. This year we are planning this too. As for the assessment and for the reflection, 2018, maybe I put it wrong. Actually, the year 2018, this is the year when we have taken over this project in its previous version. It was just it didn't have much financial resources and organizational resources, and the museum experts managed to engage about 1,000 people into this project. In 2018, this increase in the number of visitors was due to the relaunch of this project. And so we have taken up some things which appeared to be true, to be working for us. And it appeared that when more museums come to us, are being added, that is how we can increase the number of visitors. But one day we have no more museums to add to the project. Otherwise, we have a vision how to grow when we have expanded through soft power over the most museum institutions. The Kaliningrad region is quite big, and this year 2 more museums agreed to join us, and we hope that we can spread this experience elsewhere. I'd like to mention that Sasha is a cultural manager. I'm maybe not that much. Earlier, I haven't done cultural projects. I also had to start a master's study within the field of the museum's curatorship. When we came up with the name of the festival, we thought about the design, the rethinking design, and the name Islands was very important for me. It was not easy to get permission for this version because there were different versions, different concepts we offered to the directors of the museums, and the best won finally. I think that is a conceptual name, Island, and allows us to get in touch with various cultural layers. It is oriented not only on tourists, but also on local residents. It will be devoted to the search for identity and to the preservation of the cultural heritage of the city. That is why this name, Island, came about. Recently, I heard one interview about this festival, Islands. It was a great philosophy underlying this, and I was glad to hear these theoretical thoughts, because we came up with this name intuitively. So we worked in this direction. Our objectives were inner objectives of a museum. We wanted to understand what is the structure of the museums, how to work with the exhibitions, how to help museums from year to year rethink their expositions, how to renew their expositions, because this is a strong side, but also a problematic side of a museum. And furthermore, 2019, we got to understand that it was not an educational program. We wanted to bring about communication between children and adults. So it was not aimed at school groups. And the third important thing was that we wanted to convey a broader view, a broader concept of a museum space, how to behave there, how to understand what's going on there. And then 2020, it was a good situation for us, where we have achieved good results, quite motivated. We learned to plan our expert team anew. In Zoom was not possible to convey all interesting impressions and experiences. So 2020, we had a massive brainstorm, and we attracted people, creative people from creative industries, producers, working with big projects, arts projects, theatrical projects. They are working out clusters of creative industries. One of the experts gave us an important impulse, and so interesting programs were burnt throughout this creative collaboration. I'll show you one of the results of the work of the last year. This is an interesting history. So we added more museums, and how do we view these more museums? People from Kaliningrad Youth Center for Nature Preservation and Tourism contacted us. Such a big name, from our point of view, prevents them from getting more popularity. So we renamed this institution and named it Albertina's Garden. We decided not only to develop some activities for children there, but a place for local residents to learn the deep history of the city. And so we are very grateful to the teams of teachers who are working in these institutions. Formally, they don't belong to the Ministerium of Culture, but to the Ministerium of Education. And they became a trigger for the development in a particular direction. So we got rid of this classical museum mentality, and what we came up with, and Alina Shurina also took part into this in this project. We have chosen a part of trees, and we told the story in the name of the trees. And we told the story of the creators of the garden, a story of people who created this garden as a botanic garden of Albertina University. So we decided to make an audio performance. So it was a kind of radio performance in a Soviet manner, in an old Soviet manner. We did it in a very good sound studio in Novosibirsk. And as a result, we developed an interesting route. Through the garden, we achieved our goal because it became a top route. I don't want to offend other museums who also conducted great projects, outstanding projects, judging by the quality of the projects. And here, different things came together. The readiness to go beyond the traditional concepts. The team of the garden adopted new approaches, how to work with a documentary regarding the place. They gathered lots of photographs. I'll show you these emotional results. We also, the trees were telling the story, though the scientific part was supported in the way that the children got tasks, they got assignments from trees and performed them. So I've run out of time again, so we made such a card. It was a gift for the visitors with the information about the history of the garden, about the key people in the history of the garden. And looking in the future, we are going to conduct a curator festival. It means that the museum's experts are going to turn into the ideologists of what is going to happen in each museum. We have brought together lots of planners from different museums, and a part of these projects will deal with this line how to apply soft power beyond the museum and to turn the neighborhood of the museum, this public space, how to turn it that actually the visitors, the visiting of this place is not free of charge. And we are trying to convince the museums not to raise the entrance prices, to make it accessible for people. And there are 3 more projects besides of the Albertina Garden. And they agreed to our proposal to make an urban study and photo exhibition to explore not only the space of the garden, but also a neighborhood, because the local residents actually are not aware what is going on there, but they are interested in what's going on there. And then the museum Friedland Gate will also work with a project, with a similar project. Another project is a cathedral on the Kant Island. There will be a light and audio installation, and the route will be developed. Vadim Charlie, a philosopher, and Victor Glaskov, a creative sound designer, will take part in this project. And another hope of us, and because we love to explore our Kaliningrad peculiarities. In the Friedrichsburg Museum, we will have a collaboration with the street food people, and we'll do a research on the history on the seaport, and we'll look for the recipes which we can find in the World Ocean Museum. Thank you very much. It's very, very interesting what we heard from your presentation.
Yesterday we discussed platform and memorandum, and we discussed the issue why we should get together. And we received this answer now in your graphs. And one of the reasons is KPI, well, the high KPI, and that's, well, what all the participants must strive for. And then when we get together, everything that is happening at a different level, at a new level. Not a single museum taken separately can do it. Well, just if it's not in the union or in a synergy with somebody else. And only when we get together, and only when we take the joint effort, we can produce something qualitatively new. And it's really a very good example. And well, just we can well get back mentally to our issues that we discussed yesterday, and we can answer the question why we should get together. We have got another minute to ask some questions. So thank you for your presentation. Yeah, any questions to Yulia? Yeah, Yulia, you can take a mic and open and answer the questions from the room. I wanted to ask which museums in the region decided to participate. Are you asking about some city or regional museums? In region, it's going to be Brachert Museum in Otradnoye and the Regional Study Music Museum in Zelenogradsk. So the coastal cities, yes. Probably it is explained that they explained by the fact that they are so active. What about Wildwinkel, the private school museum? Yes, we talked with them, but they are not ready to cooperate yet. Yeah, I guess that the museums were selected by the geographical principle as the geographical factor, we thought that it would be easier, a little bit easier to travel. Logistically, it will be easier to travel to the museums. Baldwinkel is now refusing to participate because they have got some issues with the fire, well, just with the fire security and some other things. And we are also discussing some, well, the cooperation with some other museums in the region, but sometimes people are hesitant or people are not so confident in what they can offer, and, well, they probably don't want to be bothered. And there are very few people who work for the museums, and physically they cannot cope with this load of work. And we discussed with one museum in Mamonova, and physically they cannot do it because sometimes there is a single person who works for the museum, and this human resource factor is very important. Thank you. Thank you. All speakers can, well, discuss the same issues during the coffee break. And I'm sure that you will take this opportunity. And we are finishing our morning session with the Kaliningrad story, and Julia Bardun is well, represents a curator and a research group from Pushkin Museum. So everything is changing about our museum, and it used to be the Modern Art Center, Modern Art Museum, but now we are changing to a new mode and a new status. But together with my colleague, we are going to talk about our recent projects. Two speakers. Yeah, Sasha Artamonova is also here. Yes, we will be doing the presentation together, and we will talk about the project. And I'm sorry if we happen to overlap our presentations. And we are conducting the international laboratory, and our colleagues in the Zoom didn't do a presentation yesterday, and probably we will repeat ourselves a little bit. And I would like to, to say thank you to everyone who is online today. These are our colleagues from Vilnius, from Kaunas, from Gdańsk, Poland, from Germany. And it's really very interesting to watch our event in Zoom. Unfortunately, we don't have the screen, the big screen, but it will make our technical aspects even, even more difficult. But I hope that in the afternoon session, we will see all these people who now are only with their black screens and black squares in the Zoom. Well, we broadcast our event in Russian, but I hope that the whole all the material will be uploaded in English next week. Our role today is to talk about what we are doing in Kaliningrad within the frameworks of urban cultural planning project. And the process is still developing, and probably it's a little bit too early to speak about some outcomes. We will feel the results a bit later, but today we may say that the project facilitated the processes, well, which are surprising in its scale, in their scale, and they're incomparable to what we were doing before. For more than 15 years, we have been working with Crown Prince Barracks and with the tower, and local residents came to see the installations and our art projects. But all the time, the project has been well, facing some difficulties. We have survived two restructurings, and due to some bureaucratic processes, bureaucratic challenges, the project was rather difficult to restore. And so our work was not very consistent. And these pandemic restrictions made our cooperation with the local residents much more difficult. But this communication is the well, just the first task and the first objective on the project. And we thought about developing some alternative history, and we tried to speculate on what if. And we entered the project not only because of Crown Prince and the interest of Crown Prince, but because there are so many initiatives in our region which are involved or which are incorporated into this project, and we are rather close methodologically, and we thought that it will be interesting and it will be in high demand, not only by us, but by some other artistic and some other interested people. That's what was going on in Crown Prince. And the attic or just the hall that we love very much, and we have been reconstructing it. And that's the story of our presence there in Crown Prince, and it's a kind of long-lasting story. And we do see that this project made our study more systematic. And within the frames of the project, we have conducted a number of research, a number of surveys, and these studies were sociological and social in their character. And Anna Limpieva was carried them out. And these were the projects on emotional mapping. And if we had more time, we would ask Anna to talk about these projects. And well, just it was really very interesting to see how which tools we could implement. Apart from social studies, we have conducted a widespread historic research, and we studied the layers which are really very kind of unpredictable and surprising to us. And it gave us so much food for thought that we certainly will be studying it for some years to come. And I liked Oleg's commentary that if you invite artists, you you must ensure that the artists also use the same sociological tools in their work. And I think that within our project, within the frames of our project, there is a kind of contradiction. Just the contradiction between different participants, different sides, parties. But when we try to identify the sources of these conflicts, and when we try to carry out some explanatory work, we see our goals a little bit better. Today we are interviewing people on the Marx platform, and we are testing the idea of cooperating with this service, with this portal. And we came up with this idea during the pandemic time, during the lockdown time, because we needed some instruments to make our communication with people more interactive, but at the same time to give them some distant instruments of involvement. And we are asking what the place lacks and what events people might want to see there. It's a kind of complicated process, and there are many reasons for the challenges. But all in all, we hope that this research will give us a more detailed picture of our cooperation with the local residents. Yesterday, some of us took part in the promenade performance, and when I started talking about the cooperation between urban researchers and artists, I mentioned that a big advantage of this project is that within a very short time, we could conduct the research, and we can produce some cultural interventions which actualize the potential of the place, and which encourage the local residents to be involved into rethinking processes, into this new appreciation of the site. Elena Tsvetaeva and Ilya Dementiev have been working on the on the project, on the guidebook, and on the front pages and on the cover of the guidebook. And well, they are not ready to share their results of their work yet, but probably we will ask them to show something. Yes, I will give the mic to Sasha, who can talk a little bit more about the performance, because she is an active element of this performance, and she knows it from the inside out. And so just in their cooperation result in something really very practically positive. Yes, I probably repeat myself in some parts, repeat something that I spoke about yesterday. This performance came or jumped up from the studies which were conducted by Ilya Dementiev, and he studied the German history of the quarter of the district. And when we speak about Kronprinz Barracks, we mean that it's a huge architectural site, huge architectural monument, which has the historical significance, but it's excluded from the landscape of the city, kind of excluded, because it is located very well. Just it's located immediate. Well, it's very close to the center of the city, but unfortunately, it's only 15-minute walk to the center. But unfortunately, it's not the venue for any activities for the young people, for the elderly people, because infrastructurally it is very poor. And these are the reviews and voices that we heard from the local residents. The sidewalks are really very bad, and the lighting is really very poor, and it is very much littered. But at the same time, the area is very green, and there are lots of shady places with some green places, and people walk with dogs there, and it lives its interesting local life. But historically, it is a significant place for Kaliningrad because local residents, those who can recall what was happening in this place, can tell lots of different stories about some prominent people of Kaliningrad, like Sergei Snegov, who is a famous writer, the science fiction writer, and people could recall where he lived and what he did, and they could recall some other, other personalities who were in science, in research, in music and literature, and who made really good contribution to the European cultural history. But thanks to this prominent performance, these people become animated, and you could see these people when you walk around the neighborhood and around the quarter. You can meet these people, and these people tell their stories, and they describe their life, and they tell about what happened to them. And when we had one of these performances, one of the local residents came up to us, and she asked whether it was the performance was about the happiness or about the tragedy, because it has really tragic element, because people who you present here in the performance, they died, but at the same time they made their life around them happier. And I started thinking about it, and I decided that this performance is about light. It's about some kind of enlightenment, and it's about the cooperation, or just the combination of light and darkness, because light is never possible without darkness. And when we think about these histories, these personal histories, when they came from the darkness, it really makes our life enlightened, and it's much we benefit from it. And our idea is to make many local residents understand what was happening in their quarter. We also decided to publish a newspaper, and this newspaper is aimed at those people who don't use social networking sites, and we distribute the newspaper through the libraries and through some local points which are very often visited by residents, by local residents, those people who walk with their dogs and people who walk around. And these people became kind of good carriers of this newspaper. People pick up some newspaper, and people start talking about what's happening in the district. And people
people return when they read about something. They return. Sometimes those people who walk with dogs ask if they can come with the dog, and of course they are given some positive reply, and they come back a week later with a dog, and so they are they become very much interested. As for the tourists and local residents, we actually didn't carry out any studies of how many people are tourists and how many people are residents are residents. But we may understand that there are quite many local residents who know about the performance, and so the performance becomes successful because just it exchanges the energy with the local residents, and while we are working on this performance, we go around the place, around the neighborhood, and we talk to people who live nearby, and we notice some places which we failed to notice before. And every time, every performance improves the fabric of the local life, of the city life. So far, we have had 13 performances, and we hope that we will have something more in August. Just yesterday, a couple who live locally came up to us, and they said that they would like to participate in the performance, and they will come tomorrow. As for the exhibitions, the temporary exhibitions, we can say that the dialogue with the local population is very important to give them the idea of the place, to make them feel get some sense of belonging to the place, and to give them the understanding that you live there not only before you can improve your living conditions, but because you belong to the place. And the exhibition which we are going to demonstrate in different to bring to some different places in the region, we hope it will give some inspiration to our regional residents and make them aware of what it is like to live in the small cities. And if sometimes they feel lonely living in the small cities, they might understand that there are so many other residents like them, and they must join in their mutual effort. So those people, so that's the root of our exhibition, and it is to those who are not very well familiar with the region. The exhibition opens on Friday in Ozyorsk, and then it moves to Svetlogorsk, and in August it will be in Chernihovsk and Znamensk, and I hope that in early September we will show it in Kaliningrad, and we will be able to to present our art guidebook. And of course, you have to understand that this exhibition will be shown in different parts of the region, from the eastern part to the coastal regions, and we will try to be in different places. And it's not just an exhibition. There are some public speakers and some public programs, and we hope that in one of the exhibitions we will have the chance to show the video version of promenade performance, and I think that it will encourage people. I do hope that it will be good. Thank you. Yeah, I hope that, well, I do believe that it will be really very successful, no doubts about that. And I think that it's a very good final presentation to our morning session. And I think that Sasha will voice the kind of a motto of our session, that one of the performances or one of the goals of our activity is to recall why we live in the city, to understand what the city is about, and to remind ourselves about why we do this cultural planning. Just to demonstrate people from some other branches of our life, from some other areas of our life, to demonstrate them what the region is about. I guess that it's really important not only to have some constructions, some pavements, and some static infrastructure, but very often we overlook the necessity to revitalize some sense, because it's not enough to live in a comfortable city which is convenient, practically convenient, but it's really important to have some feelings towards the cities, and it's important to do what we are doing. Well, we have got 10 minutes for a coffee break and 10 minutes to cooperate, to have a breath of air, and at 1 p.m. we have to be back because our international partners will join us in the Zoom. So go and grab some coffee and be back.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Балтийский филиал Государственного центра современного искусства ГЦСИ Калининград продолжает...
We continue our work. It is the second day of our work. We are continuing the second session. The role of art institutions, museums, and initiatives as platforms for cultural planning, how to work in the crisis times. This session, I'll moderate this session along with Alexandra Artamonova. She works in the PR department of the Kaliningrad branch of the Pushkin Museum. She also writes art reviews. It has been already mentioned that it is important to grant freedom of action to artists and to benefit from this outside perspective offered by artists. So the next representative is Greta Klimavichute. She is project management. She works in the area of creative industries. From 2018, she is working in the cultural capital of Europe 2022. And she is a curator of cultural program on work with communities Fluxus Labas. Fluxus is translated from the Latin, the flow of life. It is an avant-garde movement which appeared in the 50s or 60s in Europe. It was actively developed in America as opposed to the market-based art. It's important for Fluxus to see the moment of life. Now I give the floor to Greta. Her topic, the model of community labs, Fluxus Labas. And good day, Greta.
I will speak in English. I'm sorry, I don't understand and I can't speak Russian. So, do you hear me?
Да, все очень хорошо, да, отлично.
Okay, so I'm sharing
my... Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Something is... Yes. So can you hear me and can you see my screen?
Слышим, видимо, все отлично.
Yes, we can hear everything and we see everything.
I'm Greta Klimavichute-Minkštimienė and I'm from Kaunas, Lithuania. I'm the curator of a community community culture program Fluxus Labas at Kaunas 2022. So first of all, I will say what is the organization of Kaunas 2022. So in 2022, so next year, Kaunas is going to be a European capital of culture. And because of this title, we started to prepare this program from 2017, and the program of community was implemented, and I started to work there. And here in the presentation, you can see all the programs which is in KONA's 2022 program. We have a lot of them, and I won't talk much about them. If you are interested, please go to our website, www.konas2022.eu, and you can see everything what's going on in KONAS at the moment. And next year, it's going to be a lot of events. So as we said, more events than days in the year. And it will be the biggest co-creative festival of all, because the whole program is working with communities in different topics. And my program from which I am here is We Are the People. So it is a community platform, and we are responsible only for community activities, just without any topics. And our program is divided into different sub-programs. So it is Fluxus Labas, which I'm representing today, and contemporary elderships. And the difference between those two are that Fluxus Labas is more for KONAS city communities, and contemporary elderships are more for district, for rural areas. Because when we started to work in 2018, we saw that there are some differences working with communities in the city and in rural areas, because in rural areas, the socio-cultural climate is a bit different for communities. There are a lot of links between people know each other in difference, like in a city, in the same courtyard. Usually people don't know each other, and you have to have different methods and different projects to implement in the city and in rural areas. And also in rural areas in Lithuania, we have this network of cultural centers, and in each bigger village we have a cultural center which is also responsible for community activities. So in city, we don't have in each micro district these kind of centers where communities could gather and do their cultural activities. So that's why we divided those two programs. And today I will talk more about Fluxus Labas, so what it is. First of all, I will talk about our vision. Because from this everything starts, and it explains how we work with the communities, what kind of methods we use. So first of all, it is inclusivity and diversity, which means that we want to include everybody. It doesn't matter how old they are, from what social class they are or something. It doesn't matter. We want to include everyone. And diversity, that means that in every district in KONAS city and everywhere, there are different cultures, even though the city is not so big. But in every micro district, even in quarters and neighborhoods, there are different cultures. They have different history through time. They have different myths and stories in their place, and the culture which they have in that particular place are a bit different. So we want to talk about this diversity of cultures, even in this small city as KONAS. Also connectivity, which means that we want that everyone connect to each other. So this means that people in the same district, they connect, and the cultural activities, they connect, even though from city and KONAS, from district, rural areas, they connect and exchange the ideas, the culture, the activities, projects, what they have, just to talk and to share and experience from each other. And the last one is entrepreneurialism. And this is a really fancy word, which means that we want to find new ways to implement projects and also to solve issues what communities have in their particular place. So to find some innovative ways to do that, not in this mindset what we had, but to find something different. So that's here we usually invite artists or creatives just to join the project and to help communities to see the issue, the problem from different perspective, not how they used to do that. And also our goal is to actively engage and inspire transformational growth of local communities' potential through cultural experiences. So our project is mainly cultural. We're not talking about infrastructural things, only about culture and arts. Also, we try to empower people to cherish their own local culture, which they have in their particular place. And also here I want to stress that our project is working with geographical communities, not communities of interest, but if people are living in the particular place, so we are working with those people. So this project is more based on geographical place where people are not inviting, for example, because of the theme. Well, we have also this kind of projects, but the main project is more about geographical place. The main objectives and what we are trying to achieve is developing a participatory culture. We ask people we empower them, and then we ask them to do the job by themselves. So we as a program and coordinators, we're trying not to do all the work for the community. We are working with community, and all the responsibilities are given to the community. Also, raising awareness of community arts and expanding their visibility in Lithuania. It's quite a new thing, community arts or community-based arts. So we are trying to talk about this in Lithuania in more wider perspectives. Also promoting community-driven change in the local environment. So as I told before, that we want to empower people to see the problems and try to solve by themselves. Also expanding artistic and cultural worldview of people, of communities, because artists came, usually we have, often we have artists from other countries, so they also have this cultural differences, and then they also knew and learned some new things. Developing co-creation principles and practices, and building links with local communities, networking with local people and organization. And this is very, very important because, as I said, if we're working in this geographical place, then we have a lot of different projects and different communities, and also different organizations from businesses, educational, cultural organizations. And when we want to put them into one network, and then they can help each other and make bigger projects and more impact for the local place. The main projects, how we all these points implement is Fluxus laboratories. So this is places where formal and not formal communities can gather, and we create a network of organizations there, and then we have themes which are developed by communities, and then we work on those themes and making these community projects. And here I want to stress that we are not working with community centers. Well, we have as partners community centers, but we mainly work with people who doesn't have any legal entity, any legal structure to write projects or to implement them, and to get, for example, funding from municipality or from a government to implement their local projects. So we are mainly working with those people who have an idea, who have a community members and want to do something for the local place, but they don't have a legal structure or body to get other money besides of community. Yes, other project is Fluxus Labos community initiatives. So this project is more for community based by interest communities. So we are making open calls, and if people have the idea with their community very interesting and very artistic and solving some kind of issue, so they could apply for us, and then we are doing this project with them. And the last one is Fluxus Labos Courtyard. This project is mainly for block house building courtyards. So for those small communities, because we have a lot of issues, and I think everywhere they have issues with the parking and with playgrounds and with places for gathering for people and so on. So they don't know each other, they don't say hello to each other and so on. So they have a lot of issues, and we are trying to help them solve these issues, which they find the most appealing. So we are making a project only with this courtyard community, so very small community. Yes, and our main events is Courtyard Festival, where we invite people to celebrate International Neighborhoods Day. They build their tables and they gather together, talk, eat together, and share their ideas. So this is the place where we want to make a networks and connectivity with the whole Kaunas and Kaunas district community members. And Fluxus Festival, this is the main event of our program, where we invite all communities from everywhere where they are in Lithuania, even in Europe, to come and to be themselves, or to put something strange. So, like as we said, like Fluxus, like to be open, to express themselves how they want, and then to climb to one of our hills, Parodos Hill in Kaunas city. Yes, so talking about, I would like to present very shortly a model with which we implemented during these years, but this model is very important. Before talking about this model, it's very important to stress some points which we found out that it's very crucial working with communities in Kaunas city and also in district. So the way how we understand community, always when we talk about community, if you say community word, and so it's like, I don't know, if I said cat and ask you what you imagine. So one of you maybe have a cat, black cat, someone imagines a very furry white cat, someone imagines, I know, kittens, little kittens, and everybody has a different image in their mind. So this is the same with the community as well. So we understand community not as object. So as I said previously, that we don't understand community as community centers, because community centers, they have a structure, hierarchical structure. They have so a list, very big lists of community members. But we look to the community as a process, because every time we are not, as I said, we're not working with community centers. We work just community who's living there. So when we have an event, so who comes? One day they come 20 people, another day only 10 people from those last day comes, and they're all constantly changing. So we are looking to the community as a changing, very ephemeral process, like thing. And it helps sometimes when it's difficult to do a project, because people sometimes are changing a lot during the project. So, but then you think that it's a process, and you want to involve as much as possible. And those who are very interested in the theme and the project, and the very wants to make an impact for the place, so they stay. And we usually have I don't know, around 10, 15 people who makes the project from start to the end, but there are, I don't know, 30, 40 people who are constantly changing. Yeah, so this is like a process. And here's one example from one of the courtyard projects in Petrašiūnai micro district, where the community, this project is really a good example, because 100% of building inhabitants joined this project. Everyone was at the end involved with some kind of thing. So the idea that they raised the issue that they don't have a space where they could gather and meet and have their celebrations. So we invited an architect, Landschaft architect, who helped them to create a place for their courtyard, and then they designed the place where they could gather. So here, with this man with the green t-shirts is the leader, and here in the picture you can see the amphitheater which they built together. Yes, and all the people were involved in this. At the end of this project, everybody put their finger to this beautiful place which they created. Other very important thing is Fluxus principles. As I heard in the presentation of my presentation, that a bit it was said about Fluxus movement, which was founded by George Maciunas, who was born in Kaunas and then went to United States and implemented this Fluxus movement of art. And we chose principles of Fluxus because those artists said that everyone can be a creator, and this idea is really good for us because we also think that every member of the community can be a creator and can create the environment, the place, the relationship with each other, with the community. So we put this idea to our program as well, and we have a list. I will show you a bit later the list of principles which we took from Fluxus movement also, and to put into our artistic projects. And we ask artists to be a bit Fluxus movement-like artists and to do something crazy, something totally different. So this is the principles. So combining different disciplines, randomness, adventure, do-it-yourself, culture, and aesthetics. This is number one for our projects. Simplicity, constantly changing movement, blurring the lines between art and life. This is also the number two. And moving out of everyday and routine. This is number three, which we use a lot in our projects. While we have projects in particular places, so we try to do something different than is not to be in routine, not to be in routine. And yeah, it is also playful, and because of this playfulness and simplicity, it's easy to invite people, because if we talk very seriously about the problems and about the artistic project and about contemporary art and so on, so usually we see that people don't want to participate. They think that it's too much for them, it's too heavy for them. But if we do like something crazy, something stupid, sometimes very light, they come. And then when they come, then we talk about very different topics and about heavy things like understanding each other, yeah, and so on. And co-creation, really important thing, that we try to co-create everything with the artist community, and artists co-create, community members with each other, they co-create. So everything is built in our projects on this co-creation term. They all build together and they share the responsibilities as well. And this is some projects also from from Fluxus Labas Courtyard project. And this is the artist, the architecture built a furniture in the courtyard. They had a problem that they don't have a meeting place, any kind of bench or something where to sit, and they wanted a bench and a table. And we said no, it's. I told about this entrepreneurism earlier, so we said no, we can't do like this table and bench. We need to do something more, something artistic, something crazy, something stupid. And then they have a lot of ideas what they want to do, and then they build a really strange bench in the courtyard with the artists. And this project is more about this project is from Fluxus Laboratories project, and people were invited to draw stories on the plates about the Vilijampolė district. So people came, they shared their stories and ideas, and they drew it, and then all the plates were made an outside installation on one of the walls. I think I don't have much time, so I will skip about community facilitators, just to show you that it's really in our projects we have people who works with community, who facilitates all the process between the artists and the community members, and we stress that this person who works with community has to be has a specific characteristics. So you can see here, I won't talk about it because I think my time is over. This is the model which we have using from the beginning of our projects, and the main part is this rhombus, I think it's in English, it would be rhombus scheme. So you can see 4 of them, and this means that when we start a project, we don't know anything about it, about the community, and we have to make exploration, a research about it, so we don't know anything. And then when we start to talk with people, with the other organization on that place, so we know so much, and then the rhombus gets bigger and bigger. So we, at some point, we know too much, and then we have to close it down, to narrow our things to one theme which we want to work. So the first rhombus represents that about the research of the community, and then we at the end we have a challenge with what community wants to work with. Then we have a second rhombus, the goal, to talk about the goals and the changes, what they want to see in their place. So then we talk with the community about the goals and what changes do they want to see, and then we raise questions. After these questions, we have a plan. Then we start to build a plan. So what kind of project idea, what we are going to do, what the plan of the project, what kind of artist or creative, if he or she doesn't involve in the beginning of the project, who will be involved. Then the artists come, and then we implement the plan, we make an action, the project is done. And the final rhombus is about self-assessment, so about feedback, what was done, what happened during this project. And it's really, really important as the research phase in our project is really important just to know what's going on, because the main problem when the person if comes or community member as well, they want to make a project, it's usually come from their perspective, very personal perspective, and not sometimes resonates with the community in general ideas. So we're trying to avoid that and try to work with community as a whole, not to implement one person idea, but to find this idea which resonates as much people as possible. That's why it's very important to make research and to see how people think about this or that idea. And at the end, we had this evaluation period when we have to talk what happened. Did we achieve our goals? Did the challenge or the issue was solved or not? And if not, maybe we can do something different. And then all this this rhombus scheme starts from the beginning, and then we do the same thing. So it's this scheme is going like spiral, always like circles. And then we're trying to do better and better and to dig deeper and deeper in the idea. So this is the simplest explanation. So explore, research, define, generate ideas, implement, and reflect. Yeah, and why it is important to raise questions, as I said, to make this research, as I said, what do we know, and where we are relying only on our opinions or our own opinions, or do we know more? So we have to raise these questions and ask themselves, ourselves, and other people to answer that and see from where these ideas are coming. Yes, and this is how we do that in our projects when we start a project. So we usually use this very simple method. So we just raise the questions, what could we do about this or that? So this is the problem, is in the question. And then we think in this green square, you can see what do we know? So we write everything, what we know about this issue or the place or the community. So we gather information, then we write this violet resource square. So we write what resource do we have? Do we have community members? How many of them? What do they know? What skills do they have? What kind of organizations are around this place, and so on and so on. Maybe we have an artist, maybe they have a tent and tables and benches and so on, so we could use in our workshops and so on. Other blue square is about target groups and partners, so we write what are our target groups for this project, so what could be partners, museums, I don't know, business organizations who could be interested and so on. And the red one is about with what goals, issues it relates. It means that we have to think not only about our local thing, but about global as well. So if our project is related to more global issues and topics which are on the top, I don't know, refugees or global warming, or other, I don't know, coronavirus and so on, if it relates. So we also have to write that we have a bigger picture of the idea, that it couldn't be, because it's never like very local, it always related with some bigger issues as well, and can make some impacts for that also. So in very short, this is the model what we work on in Kaunas community project. So thank you very much, and that's it.
Спасибо большое, Грета. Thank you very much, Greta. Меня всегда вдохновляют такие. I'm always very inspired by such projects with creative backgrounds. It's great to see what Fluxus does. They're very relevant nowadays and can be spread elsewhere, and one can communicate them to other people. A question to you: how do you define trust? I think that in work with residents of Kaunas, it's very important to build trust towards the people. How to build trust so that they come to you, so that they get engaged in the society projects, so that they take part in these joint initiatives into improvement work.
Thank you for your question. Yes, trust is very, very important. And well, I think in our projects, it's related a lot with communication, how we communicate. Usually, when we start a project in a particular place, we go door to door and talk to people, just like that. If we have a courtyard, so we go to a building, we just knock to the door and talk to the people that we are going to make this project, all the thing, and then we started to talk with them. Then to invite maybe to very very cozy local meeting with the community, just to present what we want, who we are, because they also all the time it was really funny when we started our activities. There was election of municipality members, and they thought that we are from some kind of parties, and they said, no, we don't have anything common with you. So then we have to work harder to build this trust that want to work with them in this cultural and artistic field, not politics. So it's really hard, and it takes a lot of time. But I think that's why our projects are not they are quite long in time. They are not short. They are not for 1 month or so on. So some projects we have for 4 years already. Some projects are the whole summer or the whole year. They are expanded in this time, and then people see that something every Thursday something is happening there, and then they see that it's quite funny. Other neighbors are telling good things about that, and then they come. They trust you that you do some interesting and good things for your place. So I think this talk face to face, and also the long term of the project builds trust in our projects.
Супер. Да, мы в ходе реализации своих проектов тоже переходим. In course of the project, we also come to understand how important it is to talk to local residents. And I hope 2022, the situation with borders will be better, and we'll be able to visit Kaunas. It's a very interesting project with a mythological creature which is being invented during the project. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we have the second.
Very sorry for some technical issues. Then we would give the floor to Oksana Denisenko, who is the cultural producer and the founder of the creative platform Urban Stories. So she represents Visaginas, which is the very young city of Lithuania, and it was built for the people who were going to work at the nuclear power plant. But then it was closed, and now the city has got a different fate, and we learned it yesterday. So I will be speaking English. Sorry, my English friends. So just I will be speaking English. Or Russian, sorry. Thank you for introducing the city, the town. That's the nuclear city, yes. But I will be speaking about the processes which are carried out in the town, and they are very closely connected to the identity, to the transfer from the nuclear town to post-nuclear town, and how the culture facilitates this process, this transfer, and how it makes it easier and more smooth, and how we try to find some new opportunities, to open some new opportunities for the city. I hope that everything will go fine with my presentation. Yeah, do you see it? Do you see my presentation? Just a second, let's take a second. Yes, everything goes well. Super. So, of course, we are always short of time at the conferences, but I have got very much to say. But I will try to be brief and concrete about what we are doing here in Visaginas. So, I will get to to the idea that Visaginas is the nuclear city. That's the first nuclear city in Lithuania, and it was it did not arise organically. So that was planned city, and it was planned to be built like this by the Soviet authorities, but not Lithuanian authorities. And for all this time, it has been a kind of a burden, a kind of invasive product, which drew people from different republics of the former Soviet Union, and they were very much attached to the place because nothing else brought them together, joined them together, than the fact that they were the employees of the nuclear power plant. Even when we speak about the city, we usually name it as the satellite town, and it means that there are very close connections to the nuclear power. And so over these 6 years, the city has been keeping the idea that it's the nuclear city. That's the nuclear identity, but it hasn't been kept, or it is not to be kept forever. And in 2004, the decision was taken to shut it down, to close it down. And in 2004, the first block was shut down, and in 2009, the second block was shut down. And people were actually not ready for such a radical change because, it's again probably not very organic decision that the nuclear power station has to be shut down. But to Lithuania, it was a big choice to join the European Union, and the nuclear power station was a risk factor for European community, and we had to take such a difficult decision, both economically and socially, and as well as in terms of cultural identity too. Well, then nuclear identity existed until 2009. But then there is a big issue. What is happening then? What is happening after that? And so I showed this kind of the burial stone with the flowers, as a representation of the death of the nuclear station, but more as a reminder of the past. A reminder that we keep alive after the nuclear power station was closed, and it's a reminder of those people who built the town, who built the nuclear power station, and those who even participated in some restoration works and some, extreme works at the Chernobyl power station. Then we lived through the identity crisis because the reason why the town was set up and why people came to the city. So these reasons were no longer valid. And then people had to find some different reason to go on living and find some new purpose in their life there in Visaginas. And I found out 4 reasons and 4 issues that people were mostly thinking of. So first, people did not believe that I also was born in Visaginas, and I have been living in Visaginas all this time, all my life. So when you live in Visaginas, you can hardly believe that it is possible to close down the power plant, which brings you a lot of money. And it didn't seem realistic and it didn't seem practically possible. But after the first block was shut down in 2004, the overall mood got worse. It just decreased, but then there was the closure of the second block. But then there was some hope that probably the second block would survive and it would go on working. And it's the nuclear town, and we will remain in the status of the nuclear town, and we will develop further as the nuclear town. And this mood was in the air. But then the second block was also shut down, and those people who constructed the nuclear power station, power plant, they had to find some new, just a new objective and new direction of their work. And they had to participate in the reconstruction of and some restoration processes. And in 2004 or 2009, there was a kind of a general depression, and there was no connection to the town. There was no reason to go on living there. And actually, they were said they were good to live. And the population of the city halved at that time. Now we have got 18,000 people who live in the city, and the open borders made it possible for the younger generation to go abroad to study. And the town was shrinking and the town stagnated. But at some particular moment, I would define it as 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we came to terms with the fact that the nuclear power plant was closed, and we understood that we had to choose the direction for the further development, because before we used to have the power plant as a kind of the motivator and as the factor that brought people together, but then we didn't have anything like this. Yeah, we no longer had this kind of mono motivator, or just something that was uniting people. Then how do people live today with this understanding of the idea that we are post-nuclear city, post-nuclear town? Yeah, some people use this nuclear heritage very skillfully, and they even try to derive some economic benefit from it. These are some paid guided tours around the town, the guided tours to the power plant, to the simulator, to bunker. Yeah, so just they kind of play with these elements, and they promote very kind of they boost the imagination of the people. Then there is a different group of people who have very close connections to the power plant, and they want to purify the memory of the nuclear heritage. Then there is the third group of people who try to ignore, to neglect their past, because Visaginas is the town which was built by kind of non-Lithuanian forces. It was a kind of city that was input that was implanted into Lithuanian fabric, and for a very long time the city was accepted as a kind of the alien element. and the official history is really very brief. So the well, just if you check the official history of Visaginas, you will find lots of a lot of information about the Ice Age or about what it was there in this location in the Ice Age, but not very much about what was there during the nuclear power plant. So now we are in this transition period to post-nuclear condition, and it loses the connection. It loses the connection between the present and the past. It loses the network of connections which must cement the future, the past and the present. We need to understand our past to understand our current issues and our current challenges, but it's difficult because now we have literally no access to our past. And so we are looking for the ways, for the scenarios how to join our past and the present. I would address the issue of cultural memory because identity proceeds from this collective historical memory. And the cultural identity of Visaginas derived from this proximity to a nuclear town. People were proud of building this gigantic power plant, gigantic enterprise, and that fueled their feeling of pride. And it gave them the meaning of life. It defined their meaning of life. That is why people understood why they were there, why they brought their families to this place, and or why they started their families in that place. And the cultural identity is based on the nuclear identity. But while some people are really very happy reminding their past, or just when they try to recall their younger years when they came to Visaginas and when they started to build the power plant publicly, the attitude is absolutely different, and that produces conflict. And that produces misunderstanding between different groups of people. But we understand that we have to be tolerant to different opinions and to different histories. The town is really very young. It is only 46 years old, and it has always been dreaming about the museum. And the first museum appeared several years ago. And there was a big issue what to collect in the museum because actually the history is very short. But we decided that we needed some artifacts which would make it possible for the future generation to understand and to trace back the history of the town and just the different ways or the different ways of development or the scenarios of the city development. We decided to set up a museum and collect different materials. And now you can see the pictures of this mini museum. Well, we don't have some premises for the museum, and we don't have some museum team or museum budget. It has always belonged to some institution. Like now it has belonged to the cultural center, whose aim is to improve the cultural life in the city. It's not about preserving the historical past, but creating the cultural today. But we, after some time when I left Visaginas some time ago, but then I decided to come back because I am attracted by the idea that you will always find something new to do here, and you will always be innovative, and you will always you can always start some new project. And it's really great, it's really motivating. And now museum might have some different light and different purpose. And it didn't used to be very active, but now it really has got its opportunities. When people talk about museum, they understand it as some walls with big pictures hanging on the walls, and the older generation can see the main people, or the kind of major citizens, residents of the city, and they see some key events in the city life, like opening of something or introduction of something. But I thought that it's, well, just a small part of what the town can tell. And it's just a fraction of the town's history, and the city has got a variety of shorter stories which are not represented in the museums, and nobody knows about them then. And so then the town can find itself being very badly understood, because those who listen to its narrative know only one particular part of its history. And it's not only about me, but my team and my colleagues I work with, and the people who we share the same interests. So these like-minded people have been concentrating on the major history, no matter what history it is, whether it is official or non-official. Well, just doesn't matter absolutely. Or so it can be official history or unofficial history, like, well, which focuses on some different issues. But in these histories, you can also find lots of other people. How Visaginas is different from other Lithuanian towns? It is very young, and it means that there are people who can tell us the current history. We don't have to dig the history out from the books or from some historical sources, but you can simply talk to people, and you can learn different stories. And you don't have to make one story much more interesting than the other. You don't have to raise the significance of one story, but for the other. But these are people who can tell you the stories. They can speak about their family histories, about the geography of those places they came from, and they can also participate in the historical narrative, and it makes the whole historical part very interesting, very diverse. It's a very small and compact town, and I guess that if you take a walk around Visaginas, you cover no more than 9 kilometers. And why is the situation with history so badly developed? Probably because nobody dealt with it and nobody knew what is required from it. We know some formal requirements, but we guess that activism, like public activism, can stimulate the development of historical identity much better than some administrative resource. That is why the topic of my talk today is more about the people who live in this city and how people can boost the historical development, because each city resident is an ambassador of its own place, and each city resident can distribute the information about the place. And if the residents are not interested in their local history, they very often get bored and they lack the understanding what they can do there. And after you've graduated from a big university in some big city, you can hardly find the idea of returning to your hometown attractive. Yeah, so then it means that we have to wake up the creativity. Because people need to understand what Visaginas is about. It's not only the nuclear city. It's not only about crane. Crane is the official symbol of the city. And it's not a butterfly, which is another symbol of Visaginas. But what is Visaginas about? I will show you the projects which try to capture this identity, and they try to give the answer why local citizens, local residents can be so much interested in its history and can feel unique. The audience may be different. These are people from teenagers young people until the elderly generation. And the idea of our project is to bring these different generations together and to make older generation talk to younger generation about their experiences. And it's great when these generations get together and when they meet and they can share their ideas of the city, of the town. The first project I'm going to talk about is the creative laboratory aimed at teenagers living in our town. And the teenagers show their intentions to leave the city as soon as they leave school. It's not bad because sometimes they can get back to their hometown with new knowledge and experience, but we understood that our teenagers are, well, kind of fans of photography. They are fond of taking pictures, and we decided to come to some photo club. In the photo club, people always try to find something new about photographing technique or try to find some new elements. But when you start talking to younger people, to teenagers, you understand that they know almost nothing about the history of their town. They know how to take a picture of sunset and how to, well, to see the projection and so on, but they do not know anything about the history. And we decided to develop a scenario or to develop a methodology how to interact with people, how to involve the people into our project. And we, well, I understood from my experience that it's great for the people to know what they are doing. And when you do some creative work, you have to have some vision. The children, the teenagers who were on the project, they wanted to see their works demonstrated, and they wanted to share their work with their friends, relatives, parents, and so on. And that was the design, architecture, the town research. So we tried to research the town and we tried to play with different ideas. One group was assigned the task to find some geometry in the city lines. The other group was assigned some natural project or eco project. And then people got back and they shared their ideas on the project. They shared their works and they get inspired, and next day they come back with this new inspiration and they just spark up with these new ideas. The first picture showed you the archway or the arches, and they are no longer used now. They are a little bit ruined, and we decided to make an exhibition of our works by the city day, by the day of the city. And we wanted to demonstrate the results of this project for the other residents. Another project, well, just we didn't plan it. It was not our intention, but it turned out to be commercialized very well. Well, one of the companies which produced sweatshirts, so it decided, or hoodies, it decided to use the images made by the teenagers to produce these sweatshirts. And the children, the teenagers were really very proud of seeing their work in, well, some different production. Well, how to make people heard and how to read about these unofficial stories and how to find the traces of the local history in some social networks. Of course, the answer is in the contact with people, and we are proud to have very active senior citizens, and so they also can create something rather interesting, but they do not go beyond their social clubs. And it means that teenagers don't ever expect the elderly people be a part of some common project, and younger people don't know anything about the interests and life representative of elderly population. So we set up a series of meetings and guided tours, which were devoted to history, and this history was given firsthand. And these were the meetings with the representatives of different professions, occupations. Well, the first meeting brought some medical workers who came to Visaginas very, very long time ago, and they recalled what kind of work they had in the beginning of their life here, how they well treated people and what kind of activities they held. Well, and then you can see one of the older residents of our city. You can see the boat station, and we found out that before the city was built here, it was the location for a house, and the residence of the house was a Tatar man and a Polish woman. We understood that sometimes when you take a walk around the city, around the town, you don't even have an idea that that something used to be here, and you don't expect it there. We also created some audio guides, and we created some guided tours around our courtyards and around less attractive places. And when you go around and when you listen to some sounds, when you listen to some stories, you change your attitude to the place and you see the place with some different eyes. And these city tours attracted local population. Yes, and if there were some visitors through the city, they also were very much interested in participating in such guided tour. But even for the residents, it was really very interesting. Then you can see the interviews. We interviewed some local residents, and we produced some audio material. Oksana, we are running short of time, and it's really very interesting, and I'm really very inspired with these stories of Visaginas and your city guidebook or city guiding material. And I guess that our Polish colleague is almost ready to join us. So probably we can ask and answer the questions. So does anybody have any questions to Oksana? Anya Olimpieva, are you ready with the question? Oksana, thank you very much. It's really very inspiring. And I have a question about the cultural memory. How diverse is it in Visaginas? Because very often it is of conflict character, and sometimes conflicts can bring to some even to some aggression, because people very often try to reject a part of the history. And we understand that for Lithuania it's an issue, and there are some people who want to forget the whole lot or just the whole Soviet history in Lithuania. For Kaliningrad it's a different story. So there are some people who want to erase some pre-war history, but for Visaginas it's impossible to erase the Soviet memories, the Soviet history, because it is all Soviet. Are there any conflicts there? Thank you for this question. Yes, I wouldn't say that we can see many conflicts, open conflicts or open evil remarks. Sometimes it might happen, but people share their different opinions. People show the diversity of opinions. Of course, we have to admit that it's the Soviet city, but what is the problem? When you focus on one particular element of the history, and when you escalate that it's only the nuclear town, or when you call it Soviet Soviet town, you neglect a huge part of some other space, some other history, some other people, even those people who came in the Soviet time and who were building the town in the Soviet time. But I noticed that when you talk about it in a different manner, just when it is the administrative resource which shares this information, when it is the administrative resource, it's yes, it is a matter of conflict. But when you show the people on some personal level, I guess that the secret is in this kind of personal contact, this personal touch, because when people are addressed, they can cast a different light on the city, because you understand how how multifaceted the cultural memory can be, and that Lithuania has some issues with accepting Visaginas as a Lithuanian city. But when you show it not only as the nuclear town, but as a town for other opportunities, and when you show a variety of people who come from different places, and they develop different aspects of social life, and when people start getting into that, getting deeper into that, you understand that it's not the matter of conflict. You understand that Visaginas is not a homogeneous city. It used to be homogeneous. It used to be homogeneously nuclear, but now it is not only nuclear. It is whatever you wanted to see. It's well, just you have to find the proper way, the proper methodology to open it up. And I guess that culture and cultural projects, the cultural representations, they are the best way. Now we are creating the architectural guidebook on Visaginas, and we are supplying it with the sound card, with the soundtrack, and even those people who live away from Visaginas can get access to it and can study something about Visaginas. And I guess that we cannot silence the conflict issues, but we have to provide a better platform for the dialogue. Ola Varankova, another question, and well, thank you so much, Oksana, for your reply. Thank you for such an inspiring examples of cultural interventions into quite a complicated context. But you mentioned that younger population tends to leave the city, and how do you well, just how do you see your activity in this context? Do you understand that you have to trigger some other processes which will inspire people to stay in the town? Have you well, just studied, have you observed anything like this? Well, you know, so just we haven't got very much time to study what can influence young people to leave the city and to get back. But when we get in contact with people young people who participate in our projects, we hear them saying that probably it's not the worst city, probably it's not such a dull and boring place, and you can have some performances outside in the streets, and you can be open, and you can be different, because now the conditions are different. Then the second point is that the city now is not culturally isolated, because why do you want to leave the city? Probably when it is closed, when it is isolated. But as soon as it is not like this, you have got better opportunities. Once we had an exhibition which was conducted by our Norwegian partner, and when you see that there are some people coming from abroad, people from different creative ideas who come to this place and who organize some cultural event for the local residents, then you understand that, oh, it's cool. Yeah, so just then you can have something very lively even in your hometown. The third point is marketing, and of course you understand how to present the history of the place, or in what way you present the history so that it is interesting for the local residents. Once we have we had an artist who showed different aspects of social life, well, as an attractive place and how to develop this attractive attitude. Everybody started looking for some smaller aspects which are not, well, just which are relevant not only to the nuclear station, nuclear power plant, but to the life of the town in general. So just you have to understand how to sell the idea and what to focus on. And that will certainly help you to attract people to stay here. Oksana, thanks a lot. That's very positive presentation and very bright and positive, vibrant presentation. And the topic, the issue of identity change is very close to me. I think that everyone who works and lives in this city sooner or later face this issue. Thank you so much for your examples, for the projects, how you interact with different generations. And so it's always very interesting to find some ways to solve these issues and to overcome the problems, and how you work with different groups and how you work with archives and with elderly people and how you connect people together, how you bring different generations together, and how you, well, just tell these stories firsthand. And thank you so much.
And now we move on from Lithuania to Gdansk.
Hello, hi again.
Hello.
Hello,
Again.
nice to see you again.
Хочу попросить прощения.
I'd like to apologize for this technical delay. Jadwiga Czerwinska, director of the Center for Contemporary Art, Lajnia. The major initiative in Lajnia is the Gallery of Gdansk, launched in 2005, and the Arts and Science Meeting Program in collaboration with Richard Luczynski, who has worked in the project since 2011. We, the Baltic branch of KTC, know this very good, know the project of this Contemporary Art Center in Gdansk. These are our partners, our colleagues and friends. In 2013-2015, within the scope of the cross-border cooperation program, we conducted a big program called A Close Stranger, and this is belongs to our program, our Contemporary Art Center in Kaliningrad. It's important for us to get back to these contacts, to maintain collaboration, and through friendship, through art, to talk about the present. Sasha has already mentioned that the center in Lajnia pays great attention to public art projects. And Kaliningrad people who come to Gdansk can see to the right the cathedral, and to the left we can see the objects of contemporary art, these public art objects. So Jadwiga, I'll give you the floor. I'll speak about the power of art in the public space.
Okay, thank you. So finally, you will share my presentation? Yes, or I should try again?
Да, мы готовы. Мы готовы.
Okay. Yes, because
we are ready to show your presentation. Sorry, we are ready to show you.
Because as you announced, I tried to describe our activity as power of art and culture in public space. Please move next slide. And we are. Can you move the slide? We exist in two different districts, but this what is similar in them. They are on the border. Gdańsk as this attractive touristic space, and both of them was a little bit feel forgotten by city owners. And when we start in Dolne Miasto, it was a former Bauhaus. It was in 2098. It was formed as public institution. 1989. And the second building in Nowy Port we got in 2008, but with artistic activity we came there in 2012. Please move to the next screen. Because yes, Łazia has quite wide program because we present from 2011 a very wide program regarding art and science. We present from to that time a lot of very well-known names. Some of them are pioneers of the artistic activity. And this, for what is interesting for all of you, it's our activity in public space. In 2004, we started with the project called Outdoor Gallery. It was program where we presented mainly projects in public space. It was competition, close competition, when we choose winners to free projects, and later looking for possibility to set up in the public space. Some of them are easy. There are 5 of them. Some of them are waiting for realization. And another new activity with which we start in 2019 is a kind of archive of artistic object and art in public space in Gdańsk. And this project we are planning to launch in autumn this year. And of course, next important our activity is in international exchange and residency program, which also is very important for our activity in both of the districts, and connected also with our activity in public space. And everything we surround by a special education program, where we also remember about disabled and blind people, and follow a whole formal regulation which now obligate us in Poland. Can you move next screen? It's, as I said, the first project is Outdoor Gallery. You can move the screen when I am talking, when we're talking about the Outdoor Gallery. On the picture you can see one of activities which we start when we present exhibition, and it's an example of action with artists as part of exhibiting program. But it is important because our activity when I came to Łazia was surrounded around the building only, and local community did not understand well yet what we are doing there. And we start looking for the possibility to open to them. And it was 2 ways: the contemporary object in public space, permanent objects, but also most important was education and artistic action in public space. Can you move next screen? Please, next screen. But what is important that we also went outside of the city, because the last edition of the competition was organized with Pomerania station, Metropolitan Pomerania Relay Station, and it was project when we organized competition for graphic design for the 8 train stops. Can you move next stops and next screen? Please, next screen. Here you can see the object which you can find in public space in Gdańsk. 3 of them are like not interactive much, but however, it's only very sensitive. Like Dominic Lehmann, when you are going in front of them, it start to light on, or amber drops where the lamps lights are working like human heart is working. But a project which was the first realization, it's LKW Gallery, done as by Daniel Milovic and Lex Rickers, is the most interactive object, because when we start with this project, it was idea of artists that will be not only object in public space, but also space for an activity. And from 2008, when we set up in the public space, we organized the mainly education program. And now when came this pandemic time, suddenly we have to change it, because it's too small place for something inside, and we changed it into kind of a gallery for young ones. But I will talk about this later. Please move next screen. And because I told you about this, please quickly, because here you can see this LKW gallery, which was the first realization in public space. Please move next screen. And it was a part of our activity as a test. And here you can see some examples of activity in public space around of this track, which now is a kind of studio. Please move next screen. You can see inside, you can see outside, and also in the right corner is the example of exhibiting space. Please, next one. This project from Front Studio is a part of neighborhood of LKW Gallery and Amber Drops, and it was idea of artists' idea was to change this unfriendly way between Dolne Miasto and Old Town, and they wanted organize this from artistic point of view, like a kind of gate to Dolne Miasto. Please move next one. This project, it was Dominic Lehmann, and it was made. It has 2 ideas, because from one way, what is important also, we change the space, but also move community institution to renovate the way on the street, which was unfriendly. And Dominic changed it as the place where on the ceiling are lights which are follow you like in the theater, and when they are going into this picture, this light box, this slowly start light on. And also his idea was kind of a presentation in opposite to aggressive advertisement in public space, when you too strong light on us from the buildings. Please, next one. Esther Stocker undercover was idea to change of view at the bus stops in neighborhood of Łaźnia and Music Academy. And this project also was chosen because this place is there is a lot object. It was difficult and add something else. And Esther presented idea to make more light on and more interesting the stops. And when you are traveling the exam in the night, it looks like a wonderful light object. Please move next one. Next one, please. Okay. It can back to amber drops. Amber doesn't matter. Next one, because this is what I said about it. Amber drops is for installation. What on the beginning was chosen to the different place, but city looking for possibility to, but didn't get a first prize, only second prize for this previous place. We decided to implement this project in neighborhood of El Cabo Gallery, because people who are bringing the children for workshop asking us about changing this space more friendly for them. And what is important, this project was also implementation of LED technology in one union project, how this kind of technology can exist as lights set in the ground. Please, next one. It's again the same. Please, next one. And this is what is a very huge project which was organized outside of Dolne Miasto, because on the beginning, outdoor gallery was planned as the project who will be changed neighborhood of Laznia, and everything what we organize will be only in this district. But idea of adding art to the investigation and try to change it by art was very familiar to people who was responsible for Pomeranian Metropolitan Railway, and they decide to connect our experience with the investigation. And Anna Waligórska was winner of competition for them, and she made a project of design details of this train stops. What is important, she couldn't change the shape and color of the objects, because architects decided that must be red, and shapes also they describe in the project. She could only add this graphic design, decoration, or some details. Next one, please. This project are all the item waiting for realization. Project of Carmen Eifinger partly is start, because when was renovation of Dolne Miasto, in the project they described shape of the paths and some details which is important. Now we are waiting for possibility to make finally this full color details, which I hope happen in years time. The same situation is occurrence Thorsten Goldberg. He also located is in neighborhood of one the streets which are away to us from Old Town. And each project is like some summer installation, because it's used by water and making kind of a cloud of water or bubble or something like that. Please, next one. And Fernando Sanchez Castillo give us proposal of leader swing, and this is difficult for. However, city all the time talking with us. They want very much to build this sculpture, but Several times we changed the place where it could be done, and all the time is also trouble of huge cost of realization of this project. The project of bird ties blind is that also is not realized, and I don't know if it will be possible because birds died a few years ago. Please, next one. And another matter regarding the bird ties, his project was very critical to urbanists in the town. And it also makes that people from the city will be very, very afraid to move this realization. Please, next one. And this is what I said on the beginning when came this pandemic time, the object which and from the beginning, it means from 2008, was used only for education, changed his function and stand up at the open gallery in public space. This window stand up kind of a window for presentation art by young ones, and was very recognized now. They pick up a lot good opinion between critics and artists. Please, next one. Next one, please. You see another example of this artistic activities by windows. Please, next one. Because this everything happened during last winter. And this, what I said, it's a second important point of our activity, which we start in 2019. The website, when we collect information about art, public art in Gdańsk, and we are planning to launch it in October, I hope. Please, next one. Next one, please. Artcast, it's a map of, you can see visualization of this website where you will be start to find artistic objects in Gdańsk, and will be possible also planning by yourself kind of trip and pick up places, etc., etc. Also, you can comment or suggest. People can suggest if they find something in their district, something what we not add, they can inform us about this, and we will try to describe if we in our mind important for Gdańsk art. Please, next one. And another new activity which we start in public space, what's happened during the pandemic time, it is a series of art casts when we invite artists and they are telling with us about sense of art, and it's in cooperation with Radio Capital, and try to present it from last year, and I hope we will continue. Please, next one. As I said, that not everything what we are doing is only public arts, but also looking for a connection with any technologies or technical or scientific ideas. And here you can see example of realization of Thorsten Goldberg project, which was, we only suggested colleagues from this project from Technical University, and they connected with the scientific program regarding wind and some energy, special energy matters. Please, next one. Next one. Here's another example of the project which was realized as a part exhibition, and was planning on the beginning only for 1 month, and finally he was exist for last year when it was at the renovation, and now it was start to so popular that city decide after renovation came back with this installation to this public space, and we hope it came back in autumn. Please, next one. And as I said, our important part of the program is a residency program, and we invite people from our main point of the program, this art in public space, art and science, education, and of course, initiation of international exchange of the contact and dialogue as a part of, City of the Age or other programs. Please, next one. On the picture, you can see Grete Agard. It was with the project, which was the longest project. Grete came to us a few years ago, and all the time who came back because she built a group of local people. They work with her all the time. Here you have another example of activity because our presidency program is from 2012, and we host in Gdańsk around 100 people, artists, curators, or researchers. And we are also included in a union program and some exchanges with all the artist residence institution. Please change next screen, please. You have here another examples of our residency program, like the Vanessa Brasso organized in the center of big forum center, and Vanessa Gottlook change our exhibiting space in is a very strange installation. Please, next one. And as I said, we also invite artists who work at art and science level. And from last year, we are included in a big union project, Studio Toptevia, aims mainly cooperation research institution, academic and creative centers. And this project is dedicated art residency for people who work on art and science level and coordinate cooperation artists and scientists. Please, next one. And of course, education, which is very important in Gdańsk, and especially for us, because we exist in districts which need this kind of support. We organize a lot of workshops, but also, however, this pandemic, days where everyone can come to us and can be included in an artistic activity, can get help from psychologists or teacher, everything what they need. And it's kind of a place which can support young people in their troubles or when they're looking for something for them. Next, please. You have some more examples of the information about our activity. And you can see some pictures for project organized outside of the building, and we organize it in summertime, especially now we're doing last year and this year. Please, next one. And what is important is also that we organize for many years program for excluded people by the troubles and organize walks and visits for people with different accessibilities, and they blind or they have different trouble with them. And it's a very important point of our program. And in fact, now we organize also a workshop for our colleagues how to do it, because not many institutions organize program for excluded people. especially by an illness or this kind of troubles. Please, next one. Some pictures yet from our artistic activities. Please, next one. Again, some pictures with activity, but for older people, because we also start to organize program for people 60 plus, and try offering the workshop which are more modern, and it's easy. It's very important because very often they are telling they don't want something boring, and this what we offer is for them very, very attractive. Please, next one. And I understand our activity that we have to help people. They from philosophical way to her or to be, what is very difficult in now when we exist in this commercial world where everything is for sale and everything you can buy. You can exist at Facebook or all the social medias, and very often people need support on this level. And in my mind, activity of this kind of institution like our is very important. Education is essence of this activity. And given people understand modern art and also to find own way to be independent. Please, next one. It's summary of our activity. It's I find this this sentence for one of conference, and I hope we agree with me that culture is not for everyone, but it's for everybody, and it is up for each of us, and not just for the few cultural competent to create a chance to fulfill our personal potential. Please, next one. Finally, I would like to present you our publication regarding art, public space, and our activity. If someone would like to get it, you can find it our online bookstore. Of course, if someone very needs for university as researchers, we also send to people it as a PDF. Please, next one. From the last year, we also start publish our magazine called Wrenching Tower. We are joking that we must wash people because we are former bathhouse. We now wash people, maybe not water, but we wash it in artistic atmosphere and learn them and by art and treat it like something what can be very useful. And it's from this funny title. If someone would like to get number of this, it's possible pick up from our bookstore for free. And this journal is in English and in Polish. Next one, please. How our publications are in English and Polish and we try to take care about this kind of publication, because I think that it must be open for more people than only people who use Polish. So it's shortly what I would like to tell you about presentation in Gdańsk, what we are doing as Łaźnia from more than 2 decades, because next year, no, 2003, we will celebrate 25th anniversary. And now we develop the main ways is art in public space on this level, as I show you on this presentation. continue art and science project and develop a residency program, because it's very important for exchange between artists, curators, and people who work on this level. And we also start residency program online when pandemic closed up the borders. It's shortly. I don't know if you have any question. Please ask me, because I try to mark what we are doing in points as short information. That's all. Thank you very much for this for attention.
Спасибо большое. Есть ли у кого-нибудь вопросы?
Thank you very much. Are there some questions? Jadwiga, I have a question. Of course, I'm very impressed about the range of your activities, and I'm, as a curator, very impressed how you preserve the public art projects in the public space, in the city space. And I know that you and your team have got rewards from the mayor of Gdańsk and from the Minister of Culture and from the National Heritage for your contribution to the Polish culture. And I understand that these public art projects, which has been realized in Gdańsk, and also such long-lasting projects. And you said that one project, for instance, was planned for a month and then it was extended for a year. Of course, this all wouldn't be possible without collaboration with the administration of the city and without the interest of the administration to create long-lasting projects. Maybe you could say a few words in more detail, whether you have a program or you have an agreement with the city, or the city has a kind of a program which creates possibilities for the art in order to develop art projects and such contribution projects in the city.
Okay. So I didn't hear well everything, but I understood, I hope, your question. So city has idea develop program regarding art in public space, but like everywhere, trouble are money, and our realization are possible when we find funds, and we from one way organize application to Polish Ministry of Culture. We also looking for project, union project, when we can apply to this project for money for this project. And the small project we organize for our institution budget, which is from the city as our organizer. But to find money is one way. So difficult is also to realize the project which be satisfied to everyone, also for artists as well for the city who support, because they sometimes expect to get something for low money, what, as you know, is impossible, because if something should be good quality, must be use high quality material. And very important is also regarding this activity like small projects and this documentation, which will be finally presented like website. It's also important that city given money, because for them it's important to get the base of this information as a touristic attraction. It's all the time when we are planning something, it must to remember about our program and take care about level of quality of these things and try to do what except for us, our organized or institution, they support us. I don't know if it's this what you would like to hear from me. It's clear for you, Elena, what I said?
Но можно я все-таки еще
But I'd like to ask you more precisely. It's interesting when a project has been completed, a public art project has been completed, who is in charge of maintenance? Who keeps it inside? The city administration. And I know that for some projects, the administration of the city did some improvement in terms of lighting and infrastructure. So who takes care for the project after the project has been completed? Who takes care, the museum or the administration of the city?
It's not exactly clear. Some matters is some objects we are responsible. Some of them is owners of the space where it is realized, but we realize it. But in fact, by everyone is solved independently because idea of outdoor gallery was to find the places which should be changed not from artistic point of view, but also kind of function will be changed. And mainly, we are responsible for artistic things. If technical things like light installation or something like that, or it's responsible institution who take care about concrete space where its project lies.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yitika. Thank you. Thanks for such an exciting experience for all our institutions, for me personally. Thank you. And we are moving to Kaliningrad, back to Kaliningrad. Yep, so we are getting back to Kaliningrad. And Kaliningrad and Karlskrona. And I would like to give the floor to Vera Gorshkadere and Alina Minkova. Vera is an activist and urban researcher and the organizer of the festival Echo Cup in Kaliningrad. Is the festival of documentary films, and Alina is the manager of the cultural product on the sustainable development from Librin, Sweden, from Karlskrona. And the topic of their presentation is behind the borders or beyond the borders of artistic institutions, art activism as a common language of activism. And they will be speaking about the laboratories and artivism and solidarity. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Do you hear us well? Do you hear us well? Great. Yes, everything is fine. Yeah. We are very happy to be here. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation. And now we are online. And our gratitude to all the previous speakers for their most interesting presentations. And I'm Alina, and I'm Vera, and Alina is by my side. And instead of our presentation, we will be showing our website, because we think that it is very informative and it's just beautiful. Our topic is, as you have already heard, it's art activism as the common language of the solidarity, and we will be speaking about the experience of online laboratory and exhibition activism and solidarity, and the idea was implemented online during the pandemic time, and almost without the participation of cultural institutions. We will tell you how we came up with the idea, what the original idea was about, and what was going on in the process, about some outcomes and our further move. Alina, and to begin with, I would like to say a couple of words how we came up with the idea. We are not people of art, we are not artists, but we are activists. And we were brought together by this mutual interest to different formats of activism, which are different from the traditional ones. And both we wanted to develop the activist practices. We wanted to differentiate them with some better instruments and processes, and that is why we came to the topic of art activism, and we wanted to think about different offline projects. But then the pandemic came, and well, our media possibilities or our possibilities were narrowed down to some online formats, and the focus was shifted, or the public focus was on coronavirus, and that is why we chose the second topic, which is about solidarity and how we can be included, how we can grow solidarity in the society, not only when it's about coronavirus, but when it's about some more important also important issues. Due to coronavirus, we decided that we will carry out online project, and we decided to widen the geography of the project, and we decided to take over the just the Russian space and CIS countries and some other countries with some Russian-speaking residents. And our main idea was to test or to try to talk to each other through activism, with the instrument of activism, and get develop some solidarity during the pandemic times. We think that art activism is a perfect format because such practices are available to many, and they are available to express your own statement, to attract attention to the most challenging issues. And that's a good way to establish cooperation between different actors, between different agents, between the local residents. So just it is perfect horizontally, and that's the language of solidarity and empathy, which brings together people and which motivates people in different contexts from different backgrounds and locations. And that's in this way we decided to invite different experts and people to practice activism. Together we were supported by Park Ring, and I'm a member of it. I applied to participate in the project. We were also supported by the European Cultural Fund, and so they also had a project on the culture of solidarity. So we aimed at discussing art activism as a practice of solidarity together with the practicing artists and activists from different countries. And we also wanted to give the chance to many people, to people from outside, from the people from outside of the cultural space or artistic space. We wanted to attract the people who are indifferent, and we wanted to engage them in activism projects. We didn't aim high, but we wanted to create the laboratory and the projects in the laboratory to make some difference. But at the same time, we wanted to go national and to develop the national idea, because we think that activism changes the situation, it makes the difference, and art activism does not change the situation directly, but it can affect people who then in their turn can make a difference. So we wanted to broaden our scale, and we wanted to establish some links in the Russian-speaking communities, and we wanted to make people closer, and we wanted to test how you can work with different issues and topics. So, and what are the outcomes in some practical outcomes? So we created online laboratory, and all the work was revolving around some central issues. And the first issue, what art activism is about, and what art activists do, how activism and art can collaborate in solving some global issues, and how this practice of art activism can help people facilitate their attitude to different challenges, and how it can support the joint activity. We have three target audiences: activists and artists, and all people who are indifferent to the change, and those citizens who want to change something around themselves. So that was really very inclusive work, and the entrance threshold was rather low. We had three steps or three stages. First, we held some lectures. We gave some lectures, open discussions, and then we had 4 project workshops, and they were run online. Each had a separate topic, and the final stage was the exhibition, the public exhibition, online exhibition, where we showed our results. Then why we chose such a format? First, we wanted to educate people on the topic, and we wanted to involve people in our work, and we wanted to, to find it out for ourselves. And then we wanted to help them, to assist them in making the first step towards the activism, towards art activism. And we involved quite many experts from different fields. And we worked with artists, activists, directors, producers, and other interesting people. Our workshops, online workshops, so the discussions were open to anyone, and you can watch something. We haven't erased anything, and there were 5 discussions in different fields. And after these discussions, we came to online workshops, and each workshop was devoted to some particular issue. There were 4 of them for workshops and 5 directions. Actionism and public art, the art house movies, and craftivism. Well, while we were working, we streamed our discussions, and people were in Zoom, and they could ask questions. They could be passive, they could be active, and each workshop had its own curator, female curator, and so we had our own time schedule. And then we had a grant program. We distributed grants. They were little, but actually they were enough to carry out some project. And at least you could rent something, or you can rent some equipment, or you can finance some smaller projects. So the grants, our grants were quite enough for that. And then we were supported by many institutions, different institutions, active institutions and active organizations. That's almost all. So that they were the headquarters of different organizations. So the laboratory was the location to carry out some joint project. And so it was the place for lots of discussions, the consultations, the meetings with different people. And yeah, so the whole project was a joint work which integrated experts, curators, and we are very grateful for them. As for the outcomes, we can give you some figures. For example, we have conducted 163 applications for participation in workshops, and 32 candidates were invited for the online exhibition. 17 participants received grants, and there were 13 events, and they were sponsored, and they were well motivated by the participants of the project, the participants of the exhibitions. As for the more tangible results, we have got our exhibition, and the exhibition happened at the end of February. It was held at the end of February, and we will probably publish a leaflet, and we have got 4 online rooms on 4 directions or 4 fields, and 1 workshop includes 2 directions, and we wanted to show which projects ended up in these workshops. For example, this room, social registration and activist public art. I would like to demonstrate a project. No, not this one. We have got a project which refers to Kaliningrad, and the author is Anna Alimpieva, and the project is devoted to the houses of Soviets, and it's an attempt to question the single solution decision to demolish the House of Soviet and further reconstruction of the site. It's a certain platform for expressing your own opinion on how the territory could develop, and you could have used a board, well, an augmented reality board where you could write some recommendations into the notepad. And you see some, well, some opinions, you see some words of people who left their opinions there in the notepad. Quite many, quite a few of those who wanted to express their opinion. That was one-day action, one-day event. And you see, people are not unanimous, and it means that there are different opinions, and it's a symbolic replacement for the public discussion which was not held. Next project which I wanted to demonstrate is from Craftivism workshop. Ekaterina Verbitskaya from Moldova. Craftivism is a way to bring together the craft practices and activism, and it's more feminist. Well, it is understood, it's well understood, because it's very often about women who do some crafts. Ekaterina produced a coat with embroidery, and no means no. And she tried to develop the topic of the culture of agreement and express your solidarity with those who were harassed and who were the victims of some insults and violence. Another project is from the Actionism workshop. That's the action, careful talk. And that's a person who wanted to try her in activism. She wanted to convey the idea of non-violence communication. She came out to the streets and tried to talk to people, to passers-by. And there are some excerpts from their conversations, pictures. And you can also download some leaflet or just some remarks on the nonviolence communication. And this action was resulted in a separate project which travels around the cities and which is available online, accessible online. And if you speak about some effects or some results of our projects, we like to address the metrics of efficiency of our campaigns, which is applicable to understand the efficiency of our project. And within the frameworks of our program, we organized a meeting with Maria Sereda, who is the civil activism and who is the expert in activist campaigns. And she developed, on the background of on her own experience, she developed these metrics to evaluate the efficiency of campaign activism, efficiency of activism campaign. And you can see different measurements or different fields or different planes, like the plane of emotions and the feelings, information, experience, and the plane of objects. And then there are different levels. And I think that in our project, we are somewhere in the middle. Our effect is somewhere here. And we think that our project helps many people to overcome their fears and to get some satisfaction and some acceptance of their approach, of their feelings, to test their experience, to establish some friendships and communications, and to experience the feeling of solidarity. And then we also think that we humbly think that we facilitate the discussions about activism, and we are quite accessible. If we think about the cultural planning, as for the cultural planning, our project may become a catalyst for some new bottom-up culture, for some new projects, and it widened the horizontal networks, both geographical and interdisciplinary ones. Sometimes it's really very important to speak about institutions and target audiences which are attracted to the project, and it's really important to diversify the target audience who participate in this urban planning project. At the end, we wanted to say that we are going to continue the project. That was an experimental project, and we didn't know how well it could be accepted, but we see very positive feedback on the project. And I guess that in autumn, we will launch the second stage of the project, but then it will be shifted to climatic solidarity and to climatic crisis. Why we have chosen that? Because in Russia, not very many people are aware of these climatic issues and climatic problems, but very often, so these climatic issues affect the social solidarity and social issues, and there are lots of problems, and we think that we have to raise the awareness about that. And that is why we need the diversity of tools and both creative and artistic tools in this work. So we will keep the same format. Probably we will introduce some changes, and probably we will use the hybrid format with online lectures, online educational lectures, and local projects in some cities of Russia. So we will see. Yeah. But we will try to do our best in promoting the project. So we are very open to cooperation, and everyone who is interested are most welcome to join us. And if you want to learn something new about our work and our project, so you are most welcome to get in touch with us. So another, well, some other information for Kaliningrad, in Park Ring, we cooperate with Alina and her organization, Park Green, which helps us to to integrate people into some new green projects in the Park Ring. We have already conducted several meetings and we are ready to announce another event, and we would like everyone to join us. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions to the speakers? We have got some discussion in our agenda, so just if you have any questions, please come up with them. But there are no questions. Actually, that's no wonder, because everything is very, everything is well, just it's really very hot here, and we are waiting for some thunderstorm to come, the natural thunderstorm, not the social one. So which is good. Thanks, thank you, and well, my gratitude to Vera and Alina. I have seen their exhibition online, and they spoke very much about the fears and disagreements and some hesitations. But I remember something about tenderness. I think that it's really very important to talk about tenderness, and it's something that we really miss. And probably that's something that can bring us together and, well, make us better people. Thank you. I also would like to add a couple of words. I have just understood that our discussion part is over, yeah, and it's not over yet, but it was crowned with the topic of solidarity. And we have seen how many subjects and how many projects deal with the issues that are of interest to everyone, and each and every subject has their own, well, their own advantages and limitations, which are levied by a variety of factors like, well, some legal status or some program activities and some other requirements. And this multitude of voices makes us believe and hope that our society is very rich in competences, and they can become the prerequisite for the success of many projects to come, and the projects on solidarity, when we can step beyond our institutional limitations. And I think that this project, well, gives us a very good vision on solidarity. And I'm really grateful to the Park Ring, which supported us with their powerful competences in urban development. And I also would like to express my gratitude to all the colleagues who have been with us in the Zoom, and they are still in the Zoom, and they still show their presence in the Zoom, especially Kristina Wroblewska, and that's the issue of solidarity. These are our colleagues from Gdańsk, Kristina and Jadwiga. And Gdańsk is also the, well, burning place, or the birthplace of solidarity. And I'm really very happy to see our international colleagues from Gdańsk and Riga here. And well, because of them, the event is also possible. So that's why I can express my gratitude to everyone for being here, for making such a way from the north of our country and from St. Petersburg, from other places, from Petrozavodsk and from Kaliningrad. Thank you for your support, in such a complicated activity. I also would like to say my thank you to organizers, moderators, interpreters. Thank you. We have got lots of hopes, lots of inspirations, and we have a lot to do in the future. Well, and thanks to this art place, Varota, the gates, thank you for the hospitality. Thank you.